so big? Why am I so huge? Thank you for the check-in, Nanashi and Dasher. So here's the deal. Here's the thing. I totally forgot I was streaming until like 3 minutes ago, so So maybe I forgot to do something. I'm not sure. I'm gonna try. Give me a second. I'm trying to move stuff around. You move here, you move there. I'm scuffing a little stream setup right now, so my phone is looking at my face. There we go. There we go. That should be better. Good evening. Glad to have Scylla back. I know. It's been so long. It's been like, how long? 5 days? 4 days? I don't know. It's been so hectic at work lately, guys. It's been crazy. So basically what happened was that I got called to work on a Saturday. I usually work like Mondays for 3 hours. I work 10:30 to 1:30 p.m. And since the bus situation is like really crappy in my town, I arrive at 7:45 at work. I start working at 10:30 and then I go back at like 2 or 3 p.m. But anyways, this Monday I wasn't called in and I was told, you can come in Saturday. And I was like, sure, what's the worst thing that could happen? And you know what? You know what? The worst thing happened. It was super full. It's patio season, so we have like a little patio set up outside the restaurant and you have to run. And basically it got so full, I was attending like 30 plus people by myself. We had a 13-person table and there's no like barista or bartender, it's just me. So restaurant work at weekends must be heavier. Yeah, it's not that. It's not just that. It was Mother's Day weekend in Canada. And then also they organized a marathon for like Mother's Day. So it was super full. There were even tourists from the United States. And I guess I got like a couple of British tourists too. I don't know why there were so many tourists. So it was like a perfect setup for things to go wrong. So there I was taking care of 30 people on my own. And then obviously people walked out because service was slow because, you know, I'm just one person. And then my boss, like the owner of the restaurant also happens to be the chef. So he was also crashing out badly. And then we had to give discounts to people, which made him upset because, you know, you're losing money in the end. But anyways, it was all like a perfect recipe for disaster. Why is the model not opening the mouth? What's up with this? Like, the model's acting weird. It's less expressive than usual. Let me see. That's better. Yeah, perfect. That's better. Anyways, so that's what's been up. It left me without a will to live for a long time. You know? But it's okay. I'm back. And oh yeah, and then I got left behind, like my commission work online. I got delayed because I couldn't work Saturday. And then Sunday I had to do the groceries. And then Monday I worked again, so ventriloquist Scylla. I know, that's what it looks like. Why does it look so weird to me? Like it's barely opening the mouth. It's usually more expressive. What's up with that? Did I accidentally change things when I calibrated the Omori model? How does Scylla feel now? Dead inside! I still feel so exhausted, but I'm here, and that's what matters, okay? I'm still kind of, sort of alive. Let's see, if I put the mouth open sensitivity and blah, blah, blah. Let's put it at 69, because why not? It's the first, is that better? Blah, 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 blah. That's better. I'm just like making random noises so I can see if it works. But I think it works. That looks better, at least to me. There we go. Sorry about that. I should be testing on stream, but I didn't know it was gonna look so weird. Like, la 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 la. That's better. Okay, perfect. So, staffercase. That's a good thing. I need to. Every time I think I've got a scuff-free stream, something happens. Scylla is cooler alive. Yeah, you know, I think I'm cooler alive as well. It's a good thing. I was going to check something, but I forgot what I was gonna check. So we're finally down to our last case. Called Beyond, present events, past events, and the truth that lies beyond. So, recap time. Last time in staffercase, we found out at the end of the case that the whole division, the Man Affairs Department, is getting shut down. Basically, we're gonna be jobless. We're fired pretty much. And we also found out that the protagonist, No Trick Case, has been assigned a threat level of, I think it's called David, which is kind of like a new division for new threat level for people who can do a lot of damage or kind of help. I don't know. I'm not sure. But basically, oh guys, were none of you gonna tell me that I'm not even a detective? How am I supposed to solve the case if I'm not Detective Scylla? What's wrong with me? Shame on me. Okay, now we'll move it. Power of Spite ended up making Scylla's voice livelier somehow. Yeah, I've been sounding so dead inside. I'm like low energy, like, hey guys, how's it going? Scylla's here. How's everyone today? But okay, yeah, that's what's happened. Let's get into the case. Blah, blah, blah. Scylla, I'm smack in the middle of something, so for now I shall lurk. That's fine, that's good, concentrate. You might be a touch quiet, but that could just be me. I'm gonna raise the volume again. I raised it up, but it should be better now. Or where's my mic? Hello, mic, where are you? Maybe if I put it... Sorry about that, that must have sounded terrible. But there we go. Wait, it's like swinging in and out. Yeah, sorry, I moved the mic itself. But it should be better now. Unless it's like way louder now, but it should be fine. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, it's just me moving my mic. But it should be better now. Let's see. To the inspector of the Akimbo Investigations Agency. Ma'am, this is no trick writing. I think it sounds good. Perfect! I arrived in London without incident. It's after I arrived when the incidents started piling up. I almost got kicked out of the office for not being a staffer. I'm regretting not looking up more about this place before setting out. Guys, always do research about the places you're gonna work in. Like, that's job 101. Please always make sure, you know, that you know where you're gonna work. I'm in the middle of moving while this month has almost double of the regular hours at work, so it's relatable. Oh, I wish they gave me hours at work, but then again also not. So I don't know, mixed feelings, I guess. Thankfully, they decided not to kick me out of the building and threw me straight into a murder investigation instead. There was a murder at a circus located in a place called Trump Tower. The victim was a ringleader, and the suspects were none other than his 3 employees. Everyone from the victim to the suspects were staffers. There was the clown, Julia Geller, the magician, Frederick Vernon, the acrobat, Oz Aston, and the victim/ringleader, John Henry Houdin. In the end, the murderer turned out to be none other than the clown, Julia Geller. She fooled everyone about her skill in order to remain in the circus, leading to her being assaulted by the ringleader. However, her reason for murdering the victim was because he was intending to sell the circus. Oh, I can see. For the troop members of Trump Tower, the circus wasn't just a job. It was the only community they could belong to. After all, they're staffers. In London, the Bureau assigns threat ratings to all staffers, putting limits on how they can live their lives. And now, I'm part of that very organization. I solved the case, yet I find the doubts growing larger in my mind. I plan to find out why I'm here exactly and scout out my path forward. October 30th, 1916 something. No trick case. Okay. Inspector! It's been a while, but this is no trick writing you. I'm sorry I haven't been able to write. Work has really been piling up around here. Most of my job involves handling the paperwork and reviewing documents, but the sergeant does take me to a few crime scenes now and again. Today, I solved a crime at a rather interesting facility. Inspector, have you heard about creatures? They're animals that have been mutated by phenomena. The facility we investigated was a place called Woods that tended to creatures. The CEO of the company was actually eaten by one of the creatures they keep there. Our suspects were the people who worked there. Vice President Nineback, mammal handler Kendrick Haas, and reptile handler Lisa Moko. The person who planned out the murder, Kendrick Haas, the mammal specialist. He has the ability to control mammals, and that includes humans as well. He used all the people of that facility like chess pieces, with the checkmate being the death of the victim. Everything to serve out the justice his dogma led him to believe was correct. During this case, I saw my colleagues in a new light. I also realized once more just how little I know of the people in my division. Everyone has a different central belief that drives them to do this job. Do you think there will come a day when I form one too? November 25th. Inspector, I've got rather embarrassing news to write about this time. I made a huge mistake during today's case. This morning, they found the body at a mansion near that theater I wrote about before, and it was in a rather interesting state. The body had been cut in half, vertically. I don't believe even you've seen a body in such a state. The victim was a collector of staff, and it was that staff that killed him. We talked to the wife of the victim, Al Miller, and his good wife, Willie Montague. From the information we got from Montague, we located a staff merchant that goes by the name Sad Bearing. In the end, the person who contributed the most to the victim's death was his wife. Al Miller, the victim's wife. She didn't know the triggers of the staff in the storage shed, leading to her accidentally activating one and killing the victim. The victim didn't tell his wife about his staff, because Mrs. Miller wasn't interested in knowing. I don't really understand it, but it seems they figured it was a way they could keep their marriage going. I made a lot of mistakes during this case. Because of my own dogmatic view of the world, a colleague of mine almost got hurt. Been busy today, but I'll be lurking here and there. Sounds good. Thank you for the check-in reaps. Let's see. I don't know. Ah! Okay, that scared me. My phone fell down and it scared me. Let's see. It's acting weird. I don't know if it's like my camera. I'm gonna wipe the camera, so sorry if I die for a second there. Is it better? Hello? Camera, are you there? Are you alive? Oh, it is jittering around. Yeah, that's because the phone fell. And then I picked it up and it started doing weird stuff. But it is acting weird. That's the weird part. Like, even the mouth movements aren't so clean anymore. But I'm not sure if it's like my phone or if it's the app or what is it? Let's see. I'm just gonna move. Brow. Smoothing mouth. Let's see now. Okay, that's better, I think. If I'd only kept my calm as usual, we would have been able to figure out a safer way to solve this case. Why did I let myself act out of impatience like that? Still a very good Scylla, thank you! I tried a new way of putting my phone, but I don't think it's working. That's sad. I might just put it back to where it was. And there we go. It might be because I can stand the thought of anyone besides me having to suffer. December 10th, no trick case. Inspector, I felt a pressing need to write you today. Honestly, I'm not sure if I'll actually send this letter though. We solved another case today. I can fill you in on the specifics, but I hope you'll understand. It's louder than usual, so good. Yeah, you can hear me better, or is it like too loud? I'm not sure. We went to another facility to investigate the crime. One of the people there died in the most mysterious of ways. The victim lived close to a white-haired woman and a blonde-haired man. There was also a child among our suspects. Our prime suspect turned out to be the kid. As gruesome as it sounds, it was the kid, just as clueless as ever. I can tell you how he did what he did, but he still has no idea what his actions led to back there. And now that I figured out what he's done, he's going to pay with his life. I saved the world, though. I've discovered my purpose in this life, but I'm still not sure if it's the right thing to do or not. Hear better, usually have to dial the volume to 100. Oh, that's good, then I'll keep it like this then. I hope there will come a day when I can properly explain all of this. Anyway, I've got documents to finish today, so I'll end my letter with this. By the time this letter arrives, it may already be the new year. I hope you had a wonderful Christmas, ma'am. December 24th. So he writes his old boss every day? That's really funny. Oh, his old boss wrote him back. From Greenfield Akimbo of the Akimbo Detective Agency, December 18th. No trick. I've gotten each and every one of your letters. Sorry I'm only writing you back now. With each letter I get from you, I can see you're finding your footing out there, and I do believe you'll eventually find yourself. That's what I feared above all else. 10 years ago, I found you at the scene of a murder. That's crazy! So the kid was found at the scene of a murder? Inbox must be full. If it's like Canada Post, the letter will arrive like 4 months after it was mailed. I have no faith in Canada Post, I'm sorry. All that hair in front of your eyes looked absolutely stifling. So I took my pen out of my pocket and pinned it out of the way, just as a temporary fix. So that's why he has the little pen in his hair? Because his old boss like put it like that when she found him at the scene of the murder, and then it's like, oh, good memories, I'll keep it like that forever. I don't know, that's kind of weird. But like, you know, it makes sense. It brings him good memories, so that's why he keeps it like that. I see where he's coming from. I never in my life thought you'd still be walking around with that thing stuck in your hair. You couldn't even read back then, but you figured out the case from the documents you saw. It was then that I knew it. Even though you're no staffer, I knew you were a special boy with superhuman abilities. After all, I knew someone else like you. I was afraid someone might use those abilities for no good, so I brought you in and raised you as my own. For 10 years, I wouldn't let you set foot in town, just so those abilities of yours wouldn't blossom. I don't think I've made it to this stream before. Hi! Hello! Your name's so dark I can't actually read it, so could you please type your name because I can see who it is? I see there's a name, but it's like... Oh no, my phone died again. Oh crap. Did I turn the light on? I don't think I turned the light on. There we go. Oh, Terechi! Oh, hi! Yes, thank you for coming into the stream. Yeah, I don't know why you're like, I can't see the name at all. It's like blending in with the background. That's what I did. But then that man came to see me this Easter. Is this your first time? Oh, what's happening? Are we going back to... Oh no, it's not a flashback because he's here already. Let's see. Driving to work, is this a first? Yeah, it is, but now that I'm actually doing it, it's easier than I thought. Oh, no way! No trick case learned how to drive before I did? That's a shame. I'm sad. We were like buddies who didn't know how to drive, but now he can actually drive, so it's just me. That's a shame. But no trick. Well, It's easier than putting an excavator through a wall, but you still look a little nervous. That's not because of the driving. It's because of everything that happened yesterday. It's just been a day. I thought like he's now driving. It's been like 3 years or a year or I don't know, but it's just been one day. Why did I say all of that? Oh yeah, he confessed his love for his sergeant. Oh, did I actually push? Okay, there we go. Oh, it's because of me? Sila can drive a bike. Yes, I can sort of, kind of ride a bike. Very, not very greatly, but I can wear a bike, ride a bike. I don't do bikes, okay? This is the wrong way. I know. Oh. Is this better? No, it still looks exactly the same to me. Like, Reeps looks light blue, and Jintai's from YouTube, so they look green. And Joe looks yellow, but you look... Ashura also looks like very dark blue, but it's still kind of readable. But yours is like super dark gray blue. The place we just passed was Trump Tower, right? I see it as like darker blue. Yeah, the thing is that I'm reading it as the multi stream, so the background is like the dark mode. So it looks like kind of... I'll put it on Discord so you guys can look at it from my perspective, so you can see that I'm not super blind. I'm not going insane. Oh yeah, the background is in black. Yeah, that's why. I guess it's the dark mode background, but like... I put it in the general in the chat. That's how it looks like to me. I can't read it at all. That's right. That was the first case you solved with us, huh? Yes, but they took the sign down. Oh, that they did. A while back, I took a stroll around the Miller residence with Detective Brian. Mrs. Miller doesn't live there anymore. There's a new owner. Oh, there's Doc! Hey, Doc! Thanks for the check-in. Of course. I mean, after what happened there. Oh, you're probably right. Hydrate! Let's hydrate! Let's see. I'm gonna hydrate. Oh, that looks so creepy. Note, if you go straight right here... never mind. Let's go another way. Huh? Where's this parade coming from? Is there some sort of Christmas event going on? Note, turn around. We're going to be late. Happy to see you streaming. Sounds like your week's been shit. Oh yeah, it's not been great, but you know, see, the thing is, if I didn't stream, if I were like, okay, maybe I'll take this week off and then I'm gonna stream again next week, I would have never streamed again. Like, I'm not even kidding. I have to keep the habit, otherwise it will be gone. So yeah, I had to make myself stream. Anyways, that's why I'm here. And yes, Terechi, your icon looks purple now. I can read it. It does look very... It looks similar to how my name appears in the chat, so I can read it. No, we've still got loads of time. Yeah, that's how I feel with talking to people. Yeah, don't tell me about it. If I don't choose to go outside and touch some grass, I never will. There we go. I gotta do it and then I'm happy, but I will also not do it for weeks. Yeah, for real. Unless I got like super duper motivated again to stream, I wouldn't do it. And that's why I had like super long breaks between streaming. Something happened and then I couldn't start the habit again, so I disappear for like 3 or 4 months at a time. But no, this time it won't happen, okay? I'm not gonna disappear on y'all. Oh, there's a... Well, we're happy you're here. I'm happy to be here and with you guys. Look at that. They're rioting. No more creature food. Ban it all. Nonsense. I'm already having a hard enough time putting food on the table. How are we supposed to get by? Why pick Christmas to do all this? Are you gonna take responsibility if my restaurant goes under? Is all this... Note, turn the car around. Thank you, Scylla! For what? I haven't done anything. No, we still have time. Hold up a second, at least until these people pass. Just don't overexert yourself. It's okay, I'll be fine, I'll be fine. The man said he was the chief of investigations at the bureau, and he knew everything there was to know. He knew about your abilities and about all the sins I committed in the past. I killed someone in London before. He held that over my head as a threat. He wanted to recruit you for the bureau. Either way, it was your wish to go to London someday. But I needed to tell you this. You may feel like this is a betrayal. If that's the case, I don't want you to forgive me. No, Trick. I bet you've seen things you've never wanted to lay your eyes on. Still, there are things you have yet to see. Things you can see from where you are now. Things beyond the fog. What did she do? Is this related to the old case that got the bureau, like, I don't know, what does he say? It's kind of like demonetized, but not demonetized. They got downgraded, I guess. Note. Mind if I break the silence? Huh? Aren't you consistent? Follow. Hola Ignia, muchas gracias por el follow. ¿Cómo estás? Whenever I want to ask you something, that's always the response I get. If you don't like it, phrase things so I can understand them after a single listen. And what was all that back there? If you're concerned about something, ask away. Defunded! Yes, that's the word, they got defunded! Oh, is it that obvious? Yes, very. It's all so confusing. The stuff that happened in the underground, what you set up on the roof, the letter I got from the inspector this morning, and all that we saw back there. I don't have a clear answer to any of it. Yet, if I think about who's lying or who's the culprit for a single moment, I have my answer. I think that particular example applies only to you, but I know what you mean. In the end, there are problems in this world that don't have clear answers. In such cases, it's not about using your logic to find an answer. Instead, it's about making a choice. A choice. A choice. Come to think of it, when the cabinet secretary let Dog away yesterday, I couldn't get a word out. I think I just couldn't bear the sight of Dog any longer. But now that I'm really thinking about it, not just with this case, but with all the others, well, out of all the things concerning you, I think I can give you a clear answer for one of them. Me too, Note. Huh? I feel the same way. That's the answer to number 2. Oh my god! She loves him back? I'm gonna lurk. Have a great stream and have fun, everyone. Yeah, have fun lurking! So, oh god. Number 2. Wait, what did I say before? Oh! You're quite consistent yourself, Sergeant. What did we say before? I'm gonna go back and scroll. Blah 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 blah. I don't know. Maybe it's later. Sorry if it seems like I'm just randomly scrolling. I'm literally really reading all of this, but I think I'm reading too fast for y'all to read. No, this is behind. No. Oh, because of me, because of the confession, I guess. Speaking in riddles, even now. What riddles? She says she loves you back. There's no riddle to that. Saying whatever you want before disappearing. I mean, I'm gonna give him a pass because it's obvious he's been like super sheltered and overprotected, so he doesn't know much about how stuff works, especially about romance. So it makes sense, but still. Where'd the sergeant run off to? There's only one way to the mana first division. She can be a little selfish with her actions at times, saying that and then disappearing. Not gonna lie, I would do the same. Like, if I were to give a love confession, I would, like, just disappear. And then you wouldn't hear from me again because I'm so embarrassed I'd never want to go out again. I would do the same. Like, even I've confessed to people over text. And then the moment I say, like, I give my confession, I immediately close the DM and leave the phone and then not open it for like the rest of the day until I forget I confessed, and I open it again and I see a reply and I'm like, I don't want to see it, I don't want to see it, I don't want to know. I would rather pretend nothing happened. Happy birthday, Sila. Happy birthday, Pauline. Sila too shy. I am. It's just so embarrassing to confess your love, I guess. Like, even if you know the other person likes you back, it's super, super embarrassing. Like, what if there's a 1% chance I misread the situation and they don't actually like me back and I'm just making a fool of myself? No. No, yeah. But you know, you gotta be brave and put yourself out there, and, you know, that's my advice. It doesn't matter if it's scary. Just be honest, and it's okay if the other person says no, they don't like you back. Like, the world will go on, even if it seems like super, super... It's really painful, you know? Until he shows up on your window carrying a big dessert and a bouquet on the fourth floor. Yeah, like, I think... Let me think about it. I'd say it's an easy 75% of the times that I've confessed to someone, they rejected me. So... I know a lot about failure. I know how it feels to be rejected. It's okay, though. Like, the most important thing for me is that they're still my friends if they want to, if they don't feel awkward about it. I don't mind if they just want to be friends because I was friends already with them in the first place. So that's fine with me. It's just gonna be a little awkward at first, but then it goes on naturally. You move on. And life goes on. That's about it. See, that's so cool, though. No, I don't think I'm a great partner when it comes to romance. I forget things super easily. And, you know, if I don't see my partner constantly, I will forget they exist at times. And sometimes I forget to reply. And, you know, I guess this is like super more on the serious side, but I also like struggle a lot with sharing my feelings with people, you know? Like, I don't like feeling vulnerable with other people, so I don't speak about my feelings and let it like hide all of them. And then the other person is worried about me and they wanna, you know, console me and be there for me. But I don't let them in, which is like, you know, that's on me. That's my fault. It's the beep reader, the one that's acting weird. That's so funny. Why are you acting weird? There we go. I deeply appreciate my friends' understanding when I don't talk to them for 7 months. No, that's so fair. That's so fair. I don't know how long I've gone without talking to a friend. Probably like at least a couple of months. I know that it's been at least a couple of months, but I'm not sure what the longest thing has been. And that's more due to Sila's condition, though. If they know it, it may be okay. Yeah, I'm always like super transparent about myself, you know? Like, this is my baggage, this is how I am. If you don't like it, then that's fine. Like, that's really okay. I'm an acquired taste. I guess that's how I would describe myself. Like, please be patient with me. I have like really bad days where I don't want to get up from bed and exist, and I may not be so affectionate, but you know, I think what I'm working on the most is to let other people in and also be patient, you know, with myself too. Like, I don't know how to explain this one. Like, I get angry a lot, but then, like, not don't misplace my anger, you know. I don't want to be angry at someone who doesn't deserve it, and then, like, just because I'm mad at myself, I'll reflect it on you. Like, I'll just say, just give me some time, give me my space, and I'll relax and then come back to you. But you know, I just need a little time alone. And you know, communication is key for every relationship. If you don't say what you're feeling awkward or about, so yeah. In the other side, it just feels like being ignored, honestly. So if someone doesn't reply, I will end up not messaging. Yeah, like when I remember when I was a teenager, I would text people, and then if they didn't text me back in like 5 minutes, I would be like, "Oh, so you hate me? You're ignoring me. You never loved me in the first place." And then I would just not text back, and then looking back on it, it's so silly. People have their own lives, like if they sometimes they will are there are people who will honestly ignore you and you'll know, but sometimes it's just people get busy and forget, and that's fine. But in the end, if I need some time, I just communicate like, hey, I'll be back in this time, or I'll let you know when I'm ready to talk. Just give me some space, and that way your partner knows that you're not disappearing on them, you're not punishing them with your silence. You just like, it's about you and you need time for yourself. That's what I'd say, at least. But yeah, like there are friends who I talk to every couple of months because they're super busy, and sometimes we just send each other stuff that reminds us of each other, and I know they still care for me and I still care for them. Even if we don't talk every day, they're still my friends and I love them just as much. That's like the summary of my friendships. Most of them are like that. There are I think right now in my life, without counting my dad, there are two people who I keep constant, like, daily communication with. Just two people. So, yeah, just it's not personal in my case if I don't talk a lot. I guess for the most parts, I always message the usual groups, or I just send reels or something here and there. Yeah, like, exactly. That's just being an adult. You don't have time, like the time you wish you had to dedicate to everyone personally, but as long as you're still there for your friends when it matters, that's good. Or once they've been around for long enough, they understand how you function. So communication is still important, but they're more understanding. Yeah, exactly. That's how it works. Low maintenance. I'm pretty low maintenance, honestly. As long as you remember about me sometimes and give me some desserts or something, I'll be happy. I can entertain myself quite well when I'm alone. I don't need someone to be there all the time. You know, just remember about me sometimes. And I'll be happy. Are you lost? Oh, I'm fine. Oh wow, this guy looks the way I feel. He looks so dead inside. Oh, I'm fine. I was just looking for a coworker who ditched me. Oh, okay, good to hear. I, on the other hand, am lost. I like his vest. Unironically, this is kind of the way my grandfather dresses, but without the jacket. He just wears a vest and a long shirt, like those formal shirts. If it's alright with you, could I bother you for directions? I'm sorry, I'd love to help, but I only know my way around the investigations department. He's got that old school outfit. It does, it looks like very retro, but in a good way. But I'm not sure if I would wear, like, you know, a black tie with a black shirt and a black suit. It's a little overkill for me, like, I don't know, I would put a touch of color in the tie personally. This is the way I want to dress, but clothes is expensive and keeping them nice is hard work. That's why I only wear like my regular jeans and cotton tees, like easy maintenance. No white in my wardrobe because I'm very messy and I end up tripping and falling down or dumping food on my shirt. So, you know, no white for me. Sila has Ikem and Gramps. Like, my grandpa has one of those really neat mustaches, so he does look like, you know, very cool. He's really photogenic too. I've never seen a picture where my grandpa looks bad. Like, the rest of my family looks terrible in pictures. None of us are photogenic. But my grandpa, he always looks like a model, and I'm so mad. He stands out, definitely. See, that one's a purple tie. I don't know what color I would put it if it were me. Like, it just looks slightly off. Like, not really bad, but just slightly off for me. Perfect. That's exactly where I'm going. Detective, if you could lead the way to the Mana First Division, I would be quite grateful. Oh no, what does he want? What does he want with us, guys? Quite the gentleman too. You don't seem like you belong hanging around the bureau. That's a rather awkward compliment to be getting. Right, you said your co-worker ditched you, yes? Has that happened before? I have to go, I'm not at home. Cuídense. No te preocupes, diviértete, Pablin. Now that you mention it, yes. The same thing happened my very first day here. BL. BL? I don't think this one's BL. I bet she's using a secret passageway. There are quite a number of them in this building. In fact, there are quite a few locations here that aren't on any floor plan. Before No Trick says it, I just want to sound smart, you know? Why is he saying she's using a secret passageway when we haven't said the gender of our coworker? We haven't mentioned who she is. So how do you know who I'm talking about? After you work here for a time, you'll find that you start knowing a few things. If you happen to have a knack for exploring, you may come to know even more than that. And how do you know so much about the building? Who are you? Actually, that rooftop balcony wasn't on the floor plan either. You know more than I thought about this building. How do you not know your way to investigations? I've been working elsewhere these days. I haven't been this way for around 2 years. So I think it's quite reasonable for me to lose my way. Why does he sound like he's planned this whole exchange? Like he knows exactly what he's supposed to say. I don't know, I don't trust this guy. Does that mean he worked here before? Speaking of which, do you have identification? I'm not suspecting you or anything. It's just that I've got another coworker who may point her gun at you if you don't have any. Huh. I guess Tina hasn't changed then. I figured she'd have fixed that by now. You know Detective Tina? Let's just say I won't be needing identification. They'll know me. The gun will be pointed all the same though. No use complicating things. Excuse me? Ah, the sergeant. You're late, Note. You just sort of disappeared, so I came to find you. You were the one who disappeared. But more importantly, we have a visitor. Note, get over here this instant. Huh? Yet again, it's been a while. You shut your mouth. Why? After all this time, why? Are you here to kill me? Or is it that you want me to kill you? Hey, what kind of kinky stuff were they up to? Graham! Sergeant? Neither. I have no desire to come back this way. But what am I to do after being demoted? Demoted? That's right. I've been appointed the Detective Chief Inspector, head of all investigations on the ground floor. I look forward to working with ya. What's that supposed to mean? Nonsense! You know I'm not one for jokes. If you've got questions, I would direct them towards the previous Detective Chief Inspector. Damn it! Note, wait here, and don't speak a word to this man. Sergeant, where are you going? Sorry, I'll explain everything when I return. Promise. For now, shall we head inside? Who's this guy? Why do they all hate him so much? Not a single thing has changed in here. This is the only room in the bureau that stinks of humans. Actually, they did take one thing down. It's too quiet to just be waiting around. I'd love a cup of tea. Do you think you could put the kettle on? Oh, right. She said not to speak a word to me, huh? You listen better than I thought you might. Especially considering Sergeant Redfins is only half the investigator she used to be. Half? Oh, did that get a reaction from you? Brian, are you here? Why didn't you respond to my calls? Detective Fina. Oh no, have you seen Brian? I've been ringing him all morning. Madame, it's been a while. You shouldn't be here. I'm not here because I want to be. But having to explain this to each and every one of you is giving me a headache. Madden? That would make you John Madden, previously of this very division. You spoke like you worked here 2 years before, and both Detective Fina and the Sergeant know you. Chief Madden, were you a detective at the Mana 1st Division before? No. No. Then I was barking up the wrong tree. Still, not bad. You got close. I'm Bernard Madden. John was my little brother. I don't know, like, they're introducing younger siblings to a character we don't even know anything about, so I'm guessing this is gonna become very convoluted. Thus, when I was Chief Inspector of Operations, I was known to show my face around here. Until 2 years ago, that is. 2 years ago? There's 2 years ago again. What on earth happened here then? Note. Sergeant? Note. Come quickly. Andy, what is it? Where are you? The sergeant. She wants to meet the chief. Wait up, Note! Oh no, is she gonna die? Are they gonna kill our love interest? This is bad. This is bad. I'm scared. Detective Brian! Huh? What are you doing here? Why are you just standing there? Sergeant. Oh no, they killed her. They killed her. Crap! We don't get a happy ending? Note. Oh, okay, okay. They didn't kill her. They killed the chief. They killed Colonel Sanders, who no one liked anyway. So that's fair. That's fine. Not to say that I'm glad he's dead, but you know, it could have been worse. Bye, Colonel Sanders. May you rest in peace. Here's the report. On December 25th, at 9:30 in the morning, there was a murder reported at the London branch of the Bureau. The victim's name, Pimbert. What the fuck? His name's Pimbert? Pimbert? What? That's worse than Colonel Sanders! Pimbert! I can't take this name seriously. Like who? I get the name. I get the game's Korean. And they wanted to, you know, make names that sounded totally cool in English. So I get it from that side, but Pimbert? That's sad. That's just sad. The suspects, the members of the Mana 1st Division, just setting the kid up to be bullied. Pimbert! I know. Like even Brian, his name is Caucasus Brian. Like Caucasus! He's white guy Brian. You know, I don't know, guys. Case 5, Beyond. Oh, we didn't get a cool intro this time? Interesting. Usually they have like a little intro with all the hints and the notes and stuff, but not this time, I guess. Here, Pimbar, don't say so. Pimbar. Oh, let's see. I want to search for the equivalent in Spanish. So, Pimbar. No, not Ambar. Pimbar. What is Pimbar? Acting quickly, hitting a target, or sexual intercourse. O sea, como follar? O coger? I don't know, I guess. Would you please have a seat? You're distracting me. How am I supposed to just sit here? I feel like I've already been locked in here half a day. Him getting to high school and all of his friends calling him the big guy. I'm sobbing, that one's a good one. Pimbada is the act itself. Sí, como cogida, pues, coger, sí. Entiendo. Ya estoy aprendiendo portugués. Yo falo portugués ahora, amigos. Bueno, dirías eu falo portugués. Oh no, I use a squishmallow for my back as a back support, lumbar support, which isn't very good because it's very soft, but it fell down and I'm like, eh. But now we're back. Can't be helped, we're the suspects now. From the state of the chief's body, I'd say he died sometime between evening and midnight last night. That's around when we met with him. He had his brief conversation with Note in the hall. Then after that he called me, Fina and Brian into his office in that order. If this was a murder and there are no other suspects, it's obvious that the suspicions would fall on us. What's Scylla eating? The fork echoes. Oh no, that's not a fork! That's the mic stand. The little metallic part of the mic stand. And me hitting it with the chair. But I did make I'm trying to eat less sweets, you know? Shocking, I know. Scylla with no sweets. But I'm trying to eat less sugar. And so I made a chocolate tofu mousse. Which, you know, it doesn't taste like chocolate mousse 100%. It tastes slightly off. But not in a bad way. It just tastes a little more, I don't know. Not as sweet. But it's okay, it tastes good, I like it. It does taste like chocolate, and tofu doesn't have a super strong flavor, so it's good. I like it. Let's see. I've been investigating a number of murders, but I never thought I'd be directly involved in one. So this is what it feels to be on the other side of a murder investigation. This doesn't feel like the world I've been living in. It feels like I've been dropped someone else. Oh, so an isekai. What's going to happen to us? Well, that falls on me to explain. I don't know, I get super sultry hot vibes from this guy. So I'm gonna voice him in a sexy way. I don't know how to explain it. First of all, Case, you're innocent. Well, you're not wrong, but how can you be so certain? It's just as you said. You stopped by the upstairs balcony before heading straight out the door. I've had my eye on you ever since you left the underground, so I can say that with certainty. His keeping an eye on me is a bit disconcerting, but the important thing is... Then that clears the sergeant for this too. She left with me. No, we can say for sure what she was doing before her rendezvous with you on the balcony. She could have killed the victim before meeting up with you. That's impossible! Penny had no reason to kill the chief! Is that so? I don't know the man all too well, but I'm not hearing great reviews about his performance from those around him. Did you not say you wished you could get rid of him at times? That may have slipped out, and I may have meant it. You also got into an altercation with the victim yesterday, did you not? That makes you our prime suspect. But I was the last to see the chief. He was alive up to that point, so doesn't that clear Thina and Sarge? We found a few pieces of staff in the area. With those, it may have been possible to trick people about his death. Besides, there's a good possibility that whoever did the deed came back to the scene of the crime to do it. Then it could have been anyone! Well, you all are our prime suspects, but there's no way to say for certain that another staffer wasn't involved. However, this isn't about finding the culprit. After all, the case is over. What? Our answer is clear. You're the only ones we've got in charge of investigations. And we can't let the suspects carry out the investigation. We can't exactly let the police inside the bureau. And it would be rather inefficient to bring in another department. So I'll ask my questions and we'll wrap this up. That goes for the case and the Mana First Division. What's that supposed to mean? You're being dismissed. All of you. Oh, they're being fired? What? Where's this coming from? Where's this coming from all of a sudden? It's not sudden at all. This whole department is inefficient. We held a meeting and unanimously voted to dismantle your department. Oh my god, nobody liked them. Nobody cares about them. That's so sad. Poor guys. This can't be. Catching us off guard like this? No, it can't end like this. Yet again, you're burying us. Just like you did 2 years ago. If you're that curious about finding the truth, I won't stop you from investigating. It should be rather simple for you, no? All you need to do is lay one finger on the chief's body. Hello, Detective Silla. Hi! Look here, you know about that! What does he mean by lay one finger on the body? Thank you for the check-in! Oh, you didn't know? I thought you two were close. Though I do understand why she wouldn't tell you. You're forcing my hand. Originally, I was going to pick the proper time and place to explain everything. Sergeant? Note, here you go. This is... her file? My bureau file. You can see the details at the bottom there, right? Unable to obtain visual information from inanimate objects. Then you're saying that when you use your skill on living beings, you can see everything that happened too? Not every living thing. There are some I can't get visuals from. Obviously, I can't get it from plants since they don't have eyes. And things get blurry with most animals since their senses are different from ours. But when I used my skill on a human body with senses exactly like mine, I got a nearly complete visual record from them. If that's the case, she could have solved all these cases in a heartbeat. Until 2 years ago, Sarge took the lead on most investigations and solved them herself. Thina and I were just there for support. Exactly, up until 2 years ago, but wow, who knew that one little case would make it to where you could never touch another person? Shut it! Why are you even talking? It's okay. Medan, I don't know what your goal is in all of this, but I'm not gullible enough to fall for all of your childish provocations. He's right, I can't touch bodies anymore. I thought I was fine again. But seeing the chief's body right there in front of me, my pathetic hands just wouldn't move. Plus, even if I did succeed in reading the memories from his body, a suspect's word would have no bearing on an investigation. But it's fine. After all, it won't be me solving this case. Pardon? Note, hold on to my bureau file for me. You'll need it during your investigation. Sergeant? No, you're the only one of us who's been cleared for this crime. This case is yours to solve. You think I'll stand for this? Didn't you just say exactly that? You said if we were curious about the truth, you wouldn't stop us. Did you really take such a pathetic attempt at humor seriously? Even if he's not a suspect, he's close to you three. You're expecting me to leave the case in his hands? I'll allow it. Was that the cabinet secretary's voice? Cabinet secretary, isn't this matter settled already? I settle the matters here. You have no reason to deny the boy, Medan. This is the perfect opportunity to see our David's potential. Or perhaps you're hiding something? No, sir. He'll start at once. He's getting ahead of himself. Alright, I'll allow you to investigate, but you've only got 1 hour. After that hour, consider this investigation closed. And you must keep your sport flipped the whole time. Alright. Okay, Note, we're all counting on you! They might even change your minds about closing our division if you do well enough! I'll try my best. In the end, it's just as I said. The day has come when the investigation is in your hands alone. But my god, I had no idea things would play out like this. Indeed, but no. Are you sure you'll be alright? Huh? In this case, even I could be the culprit. It could be Thina, or even Sarge herself. Honestly, I've been doubting every person in here since I stepped foot in this room. No matter how hard I refuse to believe this, every little bit of faith I have in you all must be turned to suspicion. And if the truth you uncover is less than ideal for us, you should know what to do. Detective Brian, I've been suspecting you too. I suspect Detective Thina and the sergeant as well. Until this case comes to a close, I don't think these doubts will be erased. If this case were to be buried without my having uncovered the truth, I imagine we'd take those doubts straight to our graves. I have no idea what lies in store for us, but I hate the thought of that. Thus, I must get to the bottom of this case. I can't help but believe what you're saying. Well, if you're going to take the case, you'll be needing this. Oh, his file. Okay. Here's the bureau files on one of your prime suspects. I'm leaving it in your capable hands. Thank you. I'll put it to good use. Aren't you forgetting something? Here! Perfect. Detective Thina. You can't be leaving only me out, can ya? Of course not. So this is how it feels to be in the presence of a daybed. I have no idea what you're going on about, but I'm sure you're chasing your tail with whatever that is. Note is special, and it's not just because of his talents. Talents aside and without him being a staffer, Note is the most capable detective I've ever had the pleasure of working with. Well then, that makes him all the more dangerous. I have a potato, so I'm gonna eat a potato, and it's not a good potato. I don't know if you saw my tweet, but I made potatoes in the air fryer, and I forgot that the air fryer works differently than an oven. So what I basically did was overcook them on the outside and leave them all mushy on the inside, which, you know, isn't great, because I don't know, it does not look, it's not very good, I'm not gonna lie. I'm just gonna eat my potato. Give me a second. Oh, sorry, I bumped into that. Potato. Okay. So this is the chief's office. I've walked by it, but this is my first time stepping inside. I never thought this would be the circumstances of my first visit. Chief. I don't know where you're going, but I'm glad to see you off, Chief. So apparently he just went straight to his death, so, you know, at least I got to say goodbye. You know, something. Right, I guess this is goodbye. That was the last thing he said to me. Well, let's get started. I have to investigate the scene of the crime, but this time with my own two hands. What's that? But what's that sound? Oh, I thought it was my phone! I'm gonna move the mic. Give me a second. I thought it was my phone ringing, and I was like, why is it not set? Why don't I see a call? But it's okay. Let's find the phone. It's driving me crazy. Low-key. Low-key, it's driving me crazy. Where's the phone? Chief, I hope you understand. My eye was already drawn to this part from far away, but it looks as though the fabric around his chest area is darker than the rest. But it doesn't look like something pushed through the fabric. Shall I get a closer look? What's this? There's a hole straight through his chest. On top of that, it looks like the area around the wound was cauterized by a flame or something. Is that why there's so little blood? It's a clean circle. It looks like a hollow tube cut out a section of him. What on earth happened to the guy to leave him looking like this? That's crazy. Sorry about that. Where's the phone? I don't see the phone. I need to turn it off before it drives me crazy. Did the chief keep an extra set of clothes here? I don't see anything special about them. Maybe I can turn out his pockets? Just a waste of time. Nothing. To have such a large painting hanging in his office, was the chief wealthier than I might have imagined? Never mind, on closer inspection, it doesn't look like expensive work. There are a few smudged sections here and there, and the colors seem off. Huh? This picture wasn't painted on canvas? It looks like it was painted on another type of thin cloth. In fact, the fabric's so thin I can see through it. But it's art anyway. Huh? There's a hole in the wall under the painting. No way, is this a bullet hole? Well, if it's a bullet we're talking about, I can only think of one person who could have made it. Of course, I'm not able to make out footprints with my naked eye. Even if things were visible, it would take a trained eye to see them. As expected, things are harder without Detective Brian. I should give up on checking out the floor. Huh? Is this flower pot really holding that? It's just as I suspected. He's got the dried flower in here. This is from the case we sold about a month ago at the Miller residence. This is one of the pieces of staff the victim had. Its seal allows people to create a replica of themselves when they pluck a petal of the flower. Detective Brian and I saw it in action firsthand. And the ball next to it. The stuff I sold was a yellow rubber ball. It was rolling around the storage area of my department store for a while. But then a mouse that was playing with it suddenly caught fire. The top part of his body was turned to ashes, so it was as dead as a doornail when we found it. Poor thing. Oh! The chief is holding onto this staff? Is he a collector too? I can't believe he's storing such a dangerous item out in the open. Oh, it's raining again. That's what the noise was. The light is on the ceiling, making it hard to step into the ball's shadow. But if you were to make the wrong move... Come to think of it, Peter Miller had one more piece of staff. Where did that one go? A digital clock. This is where the sound was coming from. He had an alarm set. I'd love to turn it off right this second, but I should check it out before I do. Besides displaying the time, it looks like it's also got a radio and an alarm function. Looks pretty expensive. He's got the alarm set for 8:30 and 9 o'clock p.m. That makes the alarm going off the 9 o'clock one, I imagine. Good, now I can turn it off. That makes me feel a little bit better. You and me both! It was driving me crazy. I'd hardly call this mood better. After all, I don't think this nagging feeling will go away until I solve the case. All I've got to do is solve the case, and... if I do solve this case, will that make everything better? What am I thinking? I'm on the case. I don't have time to stand around. I should do what I can first. And what am I missing? The body... what is it? Oh, there we go. Looks like the chief left a note. I should see what he wrote. Thank you for the parting gift. I shall put them to good use. Don't forget that even though I'm going, I'll always be watching. This handwriting, is it his? Let's finish reading first. Always watch what you say and think of me before you act. If you don't, I'll expose the truth about you. I still have the documents. If I ever have the need to order you around again, you be sure you're there to lend a hand. Is this a threat? I figured it a suicide note from the first part of it, but I don't think this guy could have resorted to that. Just guessing from the contents, but it looks like the chief has been threatening someone for some time now. Jintai, I don't know if you're there, but I'm pretty sure it's gonna be Brian. Like, let's make a bet. I know it's gonna be Brian somehow. I know he's gonna be threatening Brian. It seems like he was about to pass on another threatening message. I can't be sure yet if this is related to the case, but it could have something to do with the killer's motive. On closer look, I see the yellow remnants of the previous page. Did he rip that one off and store it somewhere? Unfortunate. If the sergeant were here, she could recreate the previous message too. Though she'd probably say something stupid like, "What do you think of this note? Notebook. Oh, that's what she was getting at with the notebook bit. Did you just get that? Note? What's wrong with you? If I organize what I've found so far. Okay. Perfect. We have a data survey. I guess that'll do. I think I've checked out everything I can. Normally someone else would have said that. Feels sort of lonely. Still, I did find something. There's one thing I can tell from what I've investigated so far. I know what our murder weapon was. That's all I can say for sure. Got to connect the pieces of evidence that tell me that. So I think it was just like, you know, the fireball. I think it's gonna be the fireball. Let me see. Do I have to print? Nothing. Okay, let's spin this one. And rubber ball. Oh, I need to do. And we don't have a corpse, maybe? There we go. That's perfect. The chief's body shows evidence of only one wound. The scorched hole in the center of his chest. It's clear that this was the fatal wound that led to his death. On top of that, there's a piece of staff in his room able to light things on fire, turning them to ash. That, of course, is the yellow rubber ball. That rubber ball was procured at the Miller residence, and the woman who sold the ball was very clear. The mouse that stepped into the shadow of that ball was burned to ashes. This piece of staff has the skill to turn an object to ash, and its trigger... Oh, sorry. Its trigger is something coming into its shadow. That's what I know thus far. The shadow of the ball must have been centered on the chief's chest. That's how he got that wound. It's weird that there's no hole in his shirt, but now that I'm really looking at it, there are no burns on the wall or the floor either. It seems that this ball only burns living tissue. When you consider that the mouse was burned to ash while the floor was unscathed, then... that explains why the shirt is fine while the tissue within was burned straight through. I'm sure of it. The murder weapon was this piece of staff. And... that's it. I can't say anything else for sure. No matter how this goes, I'm just not going to be able to solve a phenomena case alone. What? Where'd the boisterous bloke from before go? You finished investigating the scene of the crime in 10 minutes, even going as far as to name the murder weapon. You've still got plenty of time, so how about giving it another go? I've already given it enough thought. There's nothing else I can figure out by looking over the crime scene. Of course, time to think isn't really a problem with you. Then how about getting statements from your suspects? My suspects? Statements from all of you? But I don't really feel comfortable questioning my colleagues like that. You might even be able to clear one of us using our statements. And if you make good use of them, they might even help your investigation. Of course, I see what the sergeant is getting at. Alright, let's do it. Leave the statements to me. You can write down what everyone says. But leave out the abnormal heartbeat part. What? Why are you so surprised? You're a suspect. Did you think your abnormal heartbeats would have any bearing on this case? I mean, he's right. That's just how things stand right now. Well then, we should get started on the statements. We should each talk about the events that played out from when we met with the chief last night all the way up to this morning. Note, who would you like to hear from first? Let's hear from Brian. Brian's my main suspect right now. Like, I guess she's got something to do with it, but he's my main suspect. And I'm gonna eat another potato. Give me a second, I'm gonna eat potato. It exploded in my mouth. This is weird when I say it like that, but it did. I don't know if you guys can hear the rain. Like, the roof I have here is like made of tin or something, so it like really sounds strong. It reverberates. It was exactly 8:10 when I first met the chief. He called me on my spork. For some reason, he didn't look to be in the best of moods. He told me to remain standing as what he wanted to say wouldn't take long. The content of his lecture consisted of rather inconsequential wife advice. In truth, it was nothing but him tooting his own horn. I decided somewhere in the middle that it wasn't worth my time and walked out of the room. Yet, as horrible as the chief was, my behavior was unacceptable, and I couldn't let that go. That's why I headed straight to the chief's office this morning. And there, I happened upon his body. For now, that's all I can remember. Then Detective Brian was the last person to see the chief alive. Generally speaking, that makes him my prime suspect. I mean, I just can't imagine him doing such a thing, but I've got to leave emotions out of this. Potato. Let's see what Tina says. When Penny told me the chief wanted to see me and I headed up, it was about 8 o'clock p.m. The chief told me to have a seat. Right when I did, he started talking. Not about work, but like he was reciting some strange philosophical view on the world, and it rubbed me the wrong way. So I wanted to give him a little scare. But then he froze up and called security. That's why I don't have my gun on me. They confiscated it. Then he kicked me out of his office. That's it. That's my statement. That sounds like a very Tina way to do. There was a part of Detective Tina's statement where it felt like she skipped over some important parts. Should I point them out later on? Probably. Oh. Let's see. It was little after 7:30 p.m. Oh crap, I didn't read it. It was little after 7:30 p.m. when I entered the chief's office. The chief blathered on about meaningless things that had nothing to do with work. I guess that's like the common topic with all of them. It wasn't about work. I admit I stopped paying attention in the middle, but I must say it was rather odd. He wasn't the type of person who liked to discuss private affairs. It felt like the talk of a man about to leave. At least, that's what I felt at the time. I left the room and told Tina to head up right after. I didn't go back in the room after that. I just put a few documents away in my car and headed up to the roof. Interesting. And well, you know the rest. I was up there, and then we left together. When I talked with the chief, I had the same feeling that he was talking like someone about to leave. Today, Chief Medan was coming in to take over as Detective Chief Inspector. So where was that old chief headed? That's everyone's account of that night. Detective Tina wrote out all their statements. But without the abnormal heartbeats, it's impossible for me to see who's telling the truth. However, that doesn't mean I'm out of ways to acquire more information. If I can connect some parts of the statement to clues I found at the crime scene, I might be able to get a better sense of what happened. Even the smallest of details will help. Let's connect the statements with the clues. Out of all the clues I found at the scene of the crime, I think I can tell who left one of them. It's gonna be the bullet and Tina. That one I know. I wanted to get scared and I guess the bullet hole. There we go. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Detective Tina, you only wanted to scare the chief, yet they took your gun? Aha, so the gunshot hole left at the scene of the crime right here is... Yep, that's it! Huh? I told you I scared him a little, right? I fired a round off next to his face. That's not a little scare. Are you in your right mind? You discharged your weapon? But the chief, that tosser... He said it was goodbye, and then he kept going on about how I couldn't help it because I'm a staffer and all sorts of grating remarks. He said Penny and Brian never knew their place, and that it would be better to tell me since I spoke my mind. Now that I think of it, he said pretty much the same thing to me. So I got annoyed and I couldn't help. Still, firing your weapon was a step too far. It's true that the security guards called in by the victim detained Tina yesterday. And that is indeed why they confiscated her weapon. Then they didn't let her go until 11 PM, after their investigation of the incident was finished. Though she's still in no position to speak out considering the suspicions that follow her. Detective Tina, sorry Note, I made your job harder for you. No, you actually did well. Huh? Well, thanks I guess. No, it's not my place to say this, but if you keep egging her on like that, she won't break these bad habits of hers. I mean, I do agree that firing a shot was crossing the line. But as far as our case is concerned, I think we can say that yesterday's incident may actually turn out in Detective Tina's favor. In her favor, Detective Tina was detained until 11 in the evening. That means one of the items I found at the scene of the crime gains a new significance. Let's see. I guess just like the bullet itself? No? Clothes. Corpse. Maybe it's the note he was threatening Tina? No? There may... It said it was something that he... Oh, what? What was it? Okay. I'm not sure. so upset if it's like the last thing I didn't put. Yeah, of course it is. Of course it is. I'm sure you all know, right? There was an alarm going off at the scene of the crime until just a few minutes ago. It was pretty loud in there. Was that an alarm going off? It was. And I do think it was an alarm set up by the victim. And because the victim was already dead when the alarm went off, there was no one there to turn it off. And the alarm in question was set for 9 o'clock p.m. Oh, I see. And Thina was lucky indeed. If the alarm was still ringing at 9 o'clock, I see! If the chief wasn't able to turn off his 9 o'clock alarm, there's a high likelihood he died before that. But if Thina was under investigation until 11 o'clock... That's right! Detective Thina couldn't have killed the chief. Oh, is that certain then? We can't say that for sure. The chief could have stepped out of his office for a moment around 9. No, the body was discovered inside his office. Even if he did step outside for a moment, he would have had to come back before his death. If the alarm was still sounding, the chief would have turned it off then. Yet, the alarm was going off at the scene of the crime until a few minutes ago. In other words, we can be certain that the victim died before 9 o'clock p.m. Yay! Freedom! To think that discharging your weapon would lead to you proving your innocence. This case is getting out of hand. Come now, this is the very moment my outlook on life has been reaffirmed. Oh no. I have a feeling this incident may worsen her bad habits, and that worries me. No, my potato fell down! Where's my potato? Ah, it's okay, 5-second rule. It's gonna be fine. I can't get food poisoning again because of potato, right? It's fine. Okay, so basically now we'll be able to know who's saying the truth and who isn't, thanks to Thina being crazy. Oh, my nose. Well, first things first. This clears Detective Thina, right? Yes, it's the food who should be afraid. Yeah. That leaves Redfins and Brian as our possible suspects. We'll see about that. The obvious consequence here is that faith in Detective Thina has been restored. So, that means Detective Thina is able to participate in the investigation now, right? Pardon? Okay. What are you even saying? Of course not. Why not? Thina has close bonds with both suspects. I'm concerned she might lie on behalf of both Brian and Redfins. The same goes for me, so why are you letting me carry out my investigation? You see, the cabinet secretary... Then the cabinet secretary has a particular reason for allowing me to investigate? Of course he does. He's had eyes on only me ever since I left the underground yesterday. I can't be sure what his particular reason might be, but it seems that the cabinet secretary still wants to keep that hidden. Then damn, have I said too much? Oh well, can't be helped. I guess he has no choice but to allow it. Seems like you've learned how to make threats now too. I've got nothing left to teach you. Alright, I'll allow Thina to help with the investigation. She can do anything but at where she detected the abnormal heartbeats anyway. Ah, what was that? Detective Thina, could you please add the abnormal heartbeats to the statements? I guess he's got a point. Still, it's a stupendous addition! Maybe for someone who doesn't already know your skill. How many abnormal heartbeats did you detect during their statements? One, I detected when Brian talked about finding the body, but he was talking about a body, so an abnormal heartbeat was a given. In other words, it's still impossible to point to one particular part of their statements. These two know your skill better than anyone else. It's extremely likely they avoided making risky remarks. No wonder you didn't detect any abnormal heartbeats. It's as he said. With just this one abnormal heartbeat, it's going to be hard to point out a lie in what the sergeant and Detective Brian said. However, the opposite is also a possibility. Oh, is that what's happening here? Because I proved Detective Tina's innocence, I was able to add her investigative powers to my own. With the abnormal heartbeats added to the statements, if I can prove someone else's innocence... Let's see, there's no statement for red fins? I guess there is. Okay, I have to make two. Maybe these ones? Yeah, I guess. In the sergeant's statement, she said, I didn't go back in that room after that. We didn't detect an abnormal heartbeat in her statement. In other words, after her first time meeting the chief, she didn't see him again. And after the sergeant had her sit down with the chief, he called in Detectives Tina and Brian, one after the other. That means that after her final meeting with the chief was still alive. From this, we can prove the sergeant's innocence. So, are you gonna ask her for her to be included in the investigation too? I know very well I am. Well, my word, I did believe allowing just one person, Tina, to join in would be alright. After all, it's hard to push back against his orders. Well, what can I say? If he wants me to peel back the layers, we might as well peel them all back. I'll let Red Fins join you. Great! That's rather unexpected. Because this is you we're talking about, I figured you'd nitpick about this, that, or the other. Why would I do that? It means nothing to me whether you catch your culprit or not. Well then, it seems that the only suspect you have left is Brian. He was the last to see the victim alive, and he knew well of the staff used to murder the victim. Right? Isn't it about time you named your culprit? Don't be ridiculous, this is Brian we're talking about. You really think he's capable of something like that? Your argument is steeped in emotion. Maybe you'd be better suited for operations over investigations? This investigation isn't over. Once the sergeant carries out a memory survey of the crime scene, we'll turn over another clue. With that, we'll clear Detective Brian's name as well. Indeed. Yet, you may turn the charge back on the people you've already cleared for this. I'm gonna be like super unimpressed if it turns out it was like all of them at the same time. You know, I'd be like really sad. But there's a possibility that will happen. The chief. I honestly thought I might kill that man a few times. Detective Tina, I believe refraining from making incriminating remarks would be a good call right now. No, just a thought, nothing more. Oh no, my potato got stuck in the fork. Okay. However, it's not quite as pleasing a sight as I thought it would be. Please do not say that you have motive and means to have killed the chief. Also, like, you know, they all said they wanted him dead and gone. And now that he's dead and gone, they're all like, I mean, I didn't kill him, but also like I'm not sad he's dead, you know, like sucks to be him, I guess. That's just how I imagine them, like, well, now he's dead, let's move on with our day. And they don't seem like too bothered that they're suspects either. They're just like, well, that, yeah, okay, I guess, you know. Is it the potato you cooked in the air fryer? Yes, it may be crappy, but, you know, I don't have any other food right now, so I'm gonna suck it up and eat it whole. I put some za'atar with olive oil to dip in, so it doesn't, you know, taste as crappy. Ow! I didn't mean like dead, just like not alive. Yeah, you know, that's the vibe I get.
Hi.
Let's investigate. It's a painting of a Greek woman holding an earthen jar, and it's quite unpleasant. Oh, you think so? It was painted on something rather unique. The paint was applied to an especially thin cloth-like material. Za'atar olive oil big saver. I wanna do amneish again sometime. I don't know how, like, I know how it's spelled, but I don't know how people pronounce it in like English, because I only have my grandma's Lebanese, like, you know, Arabic pronunciation. And I guess Lebanese too, because sometimes the same food has different pronunciations depending on the country. So she calls it mneish, but if I were to read it phonetically, it would be like manakish, or like, you know, in English people say tahini, but then she calls it tahine, so a little bit different. It was. Touching it only confirms that fact. That doesn't mean you should start caressing the thing. What if it's expensive? It's okay since it's for the investigation. Plus, it seems the chief touched it quite often too. I guess a guy can have tastes, like, you know, I'm not gonna judge if that's what he's into, but, you know, he should have probably gone out more. It carries the memory of that. Mneish, the sour bread? Yes, that one. My grandma says it's called mneish. Yes, the memories show that he touched the yard part. In fact, it wasn't just touching. He pressed down quite hard. Oh, does that mean something stashed away behind it? No, behind it is just an ordinary wall. Right, I knew that. Then why did he press it? Sergeant, could you take a look at this notepad? Sure, give it here. Isn't there something you want to say? Huh? What might that be? Never mind. This letter is threatening someone. Very much something the chief would do. There are also clear pen impressions from when the previous note was written. I can restore what was written there with my skill. There was quite a lot of information written here. It's going to take some time. Thina, could you pull that note over? I think I should be moving some things around before I write it all out. Here you go. Note, what are you doing? Oh, sorry, I just found that thing and... Of course, can't teach an old dog new jokes. I suddenly wish I was the dead one. Made him jadra and kafta for lunch today. I don't like him. I would say that I don't like him jadra. But yeah, kafta is good. Done. This here is a list of all the stuff in the chief's possession. Look here, we can see the rubber ball written down on this list. It's not that it burns the things in its shadow. It alters the light that shines on it. He got quite a lot of details written down here. He even wrote a precaution for the dried flower. It's a rather dumb precaution. What was he trying to use the thing for? Scylla hates lentils. See, it's not that I hate them. It's just like the texture is super mushy, and then like the flavor is kind of grainy. It's like eating dirt, and I'm not into that. If you like eating dirt, then yay for you, but I'm not into that. We had a person die due to the unauthorized stuff in his collection. And now to see the chief collecting stuff. What a greedy man. Still, I think this document will help us out. This document reminds me. There was also a music box among the stuff procured from the Miller residence. I don't see it though, so where is here? Where is it? Bleh. I see the chief had an extra change of clothes. When I checked it out before, there was nothing in the pockets. Seems like that's a given. He hasn't worn this coat jacket in a month. Then it's just a spare, huh? Then how about the shoes down there? These shoes were worn just yesterday. Don't people normally change jackets more often than shoes? That's not the case with sleepers, but these will look like dress shoes. It's a bit odd. It is indeed. Let's put the shoes on our report. Let's see, what else? I missed all these things. The incident at the mansion is still so vivid it feels like it happened last week. Though in truth, it hasn't even been a month yet. Candy, are you gonna investigate the rubber ball? What if it burns your hands off when you touch it? If it's the murder weapon, I have no choice. I should be fine as long as I don't move into its shadow. Hold up 1 second. Right, you'll be fine if you come at it from this direction. Now, breathe its memories from here. Thank you. Still, I wish you wouldn't put yourself in harm's way on my behalf. Well, that's what you do when you love someone, and he's down bad for you. Ow. Potato. I just put the investigation first, is all. If you were to hurt your hand, Sergeant, we'd have a hard time with our investigation. Oh, that's mean. Wait, just tell her you love her! Yes, that's exactly so. Oh. Huh? What's going on? It seems as though the rubber ball was originally wrapped in a cloth. That's how we passed it by without knowing what it was when we came in here. Is that because you're able to touch its shadow when it's wrapped in cloth? Might be. After all, shadows are created by the light. If you block it from the light, maybe its skill doesn't activate. No! Besides that, what was the look you two shared just a second ago? Was that what I think it was? How about this dried flower? Has it been used? The flower has a memory of a pearl being plucked, but it seems to be from a number of days ago. Well then, it seems unlikely to be related to this case. When the chief used it before, it seemed like it had a time limit. Then let's hurry and check something else out. We don't have much time. Damn you two! If it wasn't for the investigation, I'd keep pestering you two until you begged me to stop. I wasn't exactly trying to hide anything, but it would be good to focus on the investigation, no? And what we have left? The body, no. Oh, the radio, right. So this is the digital clock. I've got to thank it for clearing my name. It's got a memory of someone turning it off last night. I hear the chief's voice complaining about how loud it is, so it was probably him. Huh? But the alarm was only turned off a few minutes ago, wasn't it? I'm certain an alarm was going off when I reached the scene before. The clock also holds the memory of sounding for a long time after. The clock is programmed to go off twice, at 8:30 and at 9. I see. Then the memory I was reading must have been of the 8:30 alarm. And since it was the chief who turned off that one, it means the chief was still alive at 8:30. A half an hour time frame for the murder. That's not bad. That's okay. I think we've checked everything worth checking. Now it feels like a real investigation. After everything, this is the most notable clue we've found, huh? The record of the 4 pieces of staff in the chief's possession. Right. All the staff the chief had in his possession could have been used during this crime. Perhaps there's a suspect besides us who could have done this. But the only stuff left is the rubber ball and the dried flour, no? On top of that, the dried flour hasn't been used. No, there are actually 3 pieces of staff here. There's definitely one thing that stands out. Huh? Is that right? I've got the list of staff and the item in question. Should I show Detective Tina? Let's see. Let's wear less of stuff. And oh, pin this one and this one. Wrapping cloth. Able to pass through a single wall. Oh yeah, that's this. And then the painting. There we go. Among the 4 pieces of staff listed here, there's one we were unaware of. Oh, the wrapping cloth? Perhaps it's something the chief procured from another case, or had in his possession beforehand. Its trigger is being pushed hard, and it's able to let you pass through a single wall it's stuck to. One of the items in this room contained a very similar memory, yes? Oh, you mean the painting? Yes, that's right. The painting is actually a wrapping cloth, and it's our 4th piece of staff. This staff, like the others at the Miller residence, has been disguised as something else to prevent it from being seized. It certainly seems that way with this painting slash cloth. After all, it's clear on closer look that it's painted on cloth, not paper or canvas. I never thought you could hide something like this out in the open. You know what they say. You can't see the nose in front of your face sometimes. No one would go around touching a painting on display like this. Staff able to let you pass through a wall? No way! Huh, I want to try it out, but it's too high for me to reach. Do you have to climb up on his desk? If it's like you say, if I just push right here, then I'll see whatever's behind this. Ah! Detective Tina, are you alright? I hit my head! You're lucky you didn't go through the wall and fall straight out of the building. This place is smaller than I imagined. The painting looks so big. Is there perhaps another way out of there? No, it's blocked in all 4 sides. And there's also only room in here for 1 person. A space cut off from the rest of the building with no other passageways leading out. Then it wasn't possible for our culprit to escape through here. No, but it would have been possible for the culprit to hide in there. Okay. I'm gonna move the mic again, I'm sorry. It's bumping against me. There we go. Are there any items hidden in there? It's too dark to see, but I don't think there's anything in here. It's completely empty. Then that can only be a space for someone to hide inside in case of an emergency. Then it seems that our culprit was one of you lot who went in and out of the door. Don't just butt in whenever you want. We're not done with our investigation. No, you're done. Red Fins, you're off the case. All of the documents you had a hand in creating will also be disposed of. What do you mean? You allowed her to join this investigation. I did, but that was because it seemed impossible for Red Fins to have committed the crime. But now the tide has turned. We have staff at the scene of the crime. And there's now a chance that one of those pieces of staff was used in the crime. On top of that, the only person able to know about said staff was Red Fins. The victim wrote out all of the information he had on his staff and hid it away in a secret place. But none of you knew about the notes he hid away until Redfins used their skill. Am I wrong? In other words, at the current juncture, the only person able to know the precise details of their staff and how to use it all to commit a crime is Redfins. I don't know if she was just trying to avoid bringing suspicion on herself, but restoring the information about that staff was a mistake. But the sergeant didn't return to the scene of the crime after her last visit with the chief. And after that, Detectives Dean and Brian both met with him. He's right! The chief was brimming with life when I saw him! But what if that wasn't really the victim? Huh? You're talking about the replica? I don't think the victim made a replica during his own murder. It doesn't have to be the replica. For example, what about the staff in the shape of that music box? I heard that it can create an elaborate illusion nearby. What if what Thina and Brian saw was some recording the music box displayed? What if Redfins killed the victim, hid at the scene of the crime, and played the recording for them? What then? What nonsense are you spanning off? I share her sentiment. What I saw was no pre-recorded image or video. Are you sure about that? None of you have seen the music box skill firsthand. You can't know how elaborate a video is able to recreate. And now that the music box has disappeared from your crime scene... Oh, my nose. There's no way for us to check it. Do you expect me to believe that's a coincidence? I'll have you know I was dragged away by security called by the victim. Anyone could have called security. You said the chief was frozen in place when security showed up, no? You really think that was because of the gunshot? And you said you left before the chief could finish what he was saying. Your credibility in the issue is less than subpar, and that goes for all of you. It means nothing for this case. Damn. But what if it's about contradiction, not credibility? What do you mean? So the version of the chief that the detectives Brian and Thina met was actually a recording replayed by the music box. What if we presume your assumption true, but find a contradiction after? If Medan's argument is true, then we've got a few pieces of evidence that disagree with each other. I should point them out. Okay, let's see. Music box. Recording the events surrounding it before playing them back as an apparition-like video. Let's see. The chief blabbered on about meaningless things that had nothing to do with work. And then... what else? Not about work. And... let's see. Rather inconsequential life advice. Okay, so basically they all have in common that he wasn't talking about work. That's pretty much the same. Let's see. Let's see. 810. He wanted to say wouldn't take long. And Tina, did it take a long time? He froze up, and in the others, he didn't freeze. But does Redfin say? I'm not sure if they say that he stopped talking. That's the part I'm unclear about. Hi! Hi, Paxson! Thank you for stopping by. How are you doing today? Let's see. Stuff that can create replicas. There's, like, we know there's no music box here right now. Let's see. Oh, here. He told one to sit down and the other one to stay standing. Oh god, I was going to cry if that wasn't the right answer. Detective Tina, do you remember the first thing the chief told you to do when you went into his office? Huh? Of course! He said, have a seat! I told you, right? How about you, Detective Brian? Oh, I think I follow. Of course I remember. He said to remain standing. They heard two very different things. Could that be possible if the whole thing were a recording? Maybe they're just recordings from two different times. No! Have a seat and remain standing were the first things these two heard when they entered the room. Even if the sergeant were to have recorded the chief's conversation with her, she couldn't have gotten those two different phrases in one recording. There's always the possibility the two of them are lying for red things too. I'm sorry, but they said the exact same thing when they made their official statements before. Note was only confirming their previous statements. I know you'd love to pin this on me, but don't you think you're pointing your finger the wrong way here? Alright. Sorry to interfere with the investigation. Continue. Hurry up and prove Brian is our culprit. You little... It sounds as though you really wish that to be the case. Medan, what exactly is going on in that brain of yours? It's not that I want it, it's the only logical theory, isn't it? You said you were the last of our suspects to meet with the victim. Add to the fact that you're the only one not cleared for this. Then it's a given, no? I see where you're coming from. Medan, you tosser! Why are you butting in when you don't have the brain for this and simply can't tell heads from tails? What? Why are you staring at me? Nothing. Just looking. I'm glad the information I found turned out to be useful. But I'm still not getting an overall sense of what happened here. We're going to need Brian's help if we want to solve this one. Is there no evidence that proves Brian didn't commit the crime at 8:10? If there is, we'll be able to get some more information by looking at the trace evidence. If there isn't, though, maybe we can find some other clues left by our culprit. Focusing on finding something could be a right move. Looks like we have two options moving forward. Clearing Brian for this crime, or finding another clue left by our criminal. In our current situation, which one is more likely to pan out? I should print out the transcript and match it with the evidence we have to work with. Oh, this is going to be a branching, a branching timeline. Oh, can I? I couldn't save. That's a shame. Let's see. Is there no evidence that proves Brian didn't commit a crime at 8:10 versus looking at someone else? I'm not sure. What should I do? Like... I don't know what I should do, honestly. Like, is this a branching point? It shouldn't be a branching point. Let's see. I'm gonna try and clear Brian. Let's see all the evidence. 9 o'clock p.m. is still sounding. Chief, record 8:30. Oh well, this is pretty obvious. The alarm sounded at 8:30. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Sergeant, this clock. You said the chief turned off the 8:30 alarm, right? Right, there's no question about it. Detective Brian left his office at 8:10. So in other words, the chief was still alive when Detective Brian left the room. What do you say, Chief Medan? I mean, how do you know the alarm was set for 8:30 yesterday? Brian knows what skill Redfins has, so maybe he just reset the alarm. If that were true, we'd see Detective Brian's fingerprints on the clock. At the very least, we'd see some smudges from a gloved hand. Fingerprints? Are you seriously bringing up fingerprints? What are you expecting me to say? Brian is the one who checks the prints. You expect me to believe what he says? You're wrong there. My skill merely makes it possible for us to know what time the prints were left. For the fingerprinting itself, anyone can do it with the right equipment. Even you could pull that off, Medan. I have the equipment in my drawer. Would you like to give it a try? Let's see if my prints really are on that clock. Whatever. I'm sure you didn't leave anything behind. Well then, is Detective Brian cleared for this? Not a chance. The possibility he committed the crime has just gone down ever so slightly. After all, our only 3 suspects are from your division. For now, I'll permit him to join the investigation. Just don't forget that he's still a suspect for this crime. Alright, that sounds more than reasonable. After all, I'm sure Note will see this case to its conclusion. That's a given. But to the end, we're going to have to add Detective Brian's power to ours. Anytime I can help. So the gang's back together! Electrical! I'm gonna drink some tea. There we go. The chief, in his own very special way, he held a place in my heart. In the past 2 years, I have never once granted him a personal favor. Because of that, I don't have a single good memory with him. And for that, I feel sorry for him. I think it's so funny how nobody liked the guy. Like, we haven't heard a single good thing about the chief. That's so sad. Indeed, for even a guy like Detective Brian to say such unkind things about the chief, he was truly remarkable in that regard. Imagine your only claim to fame being that you're so despised, no one can say a single good thing about you as a boss. Or as a person. Detective Brian, are you alright? Indeed I am. After all, I'm the one who found the body before. Also, he may have an idea deep inside that he'd meet his end like this someday. I mean, if no one likes him, it does make sense that someone would try to kill him eventually. I'm keeping you all waiting. Let's get right to the investigation. Yes, we're counting on you. Goals. Like, I don't know, that's so sad. To die and no one misses you because you suck that bad. That's sad. I had no idea this rubber ball would be involved in another case. I also had no idea it was sitting right here when I came in yesterday. It was probably covered in cloth then, so you didn't see it for what it was. I see. That's probably why there are still prints. How about on the dried flower? The most recent prints were left by the chief 10 days ago. The only ones besides that are the ones from Sergeant Note from just before. That's probably from when we investigated it. If we had known you'd be investigated too, we would have just looked from afar, not touched. There were no prints for us to erase though. After all, no one touched this recently. That's a relief. Also, I can see evidence of a box sitting in this shelf. I can see it was moved last night. That's probably the music box we confiscated from the Miller residence. As expected, it was right here. The question is, where is it now? There are a number of footprints from the three of us around that chair. It's hard to tell our exact movements with how they all weave together, but the time they were made is clear. Sarge's are from 7:40, Tina's are from 8, and mine are from 8:10. That lines up with each statement. As expected. More importantly, are there anyone else's footprints? Everything else was left by the chief. Oh, not making it easy for us. No, it might be easier than you think. What do you mean? There are footprints showing the chief leaving his office at 8:30. Then, I see his footprints leading back in at 8:35. Are you sure? His stride is a bit weird, but I'm sure those are the chief's footprints. Oh, so that's when the replica was made. The chief was killed some point at 8:30 and then someone made a replica of him going out at 8:35? That is quite a clue. This painting is actually staff that allows one to pass through walls, right? That's right! I just used it to check the other side and come back. I can see that. Your face left a clear mark on it. I can see already the smushed face like bleh. That's so funny. Looks like something from a dream. Or maybe something that could fit in a modern art exhibit. Hey, what exactly are you saying? I'll tell you later. Let's focus on the investigation for now. You were the one who wasn't focusing! Is there any trace of the chief using that painting? I have prints of the chief pressing down on the painting of the yard. They're from 2 days ago. That may tell us something. Make a note of it. What is left? Oh, the clothes. When the Sarge checked his coat out, she said it hadn't been worn recently. But these shoes? I see they were worn just yesterday. What time was that? 8:35. The fingerprints are smudged, but I imagine they're probably the chief's. Huh? If they were left at 8:35, that would be after we all met him. Let's make a note of that. It may work in our favor to have that information. Yes, ma'am. So basically someone made a replica of the chief and then the replica went out. Good. We've investigated all suspicious items. We found some useful trace evidence too. The chief's footsteps after we all left are especially noteworthy. They take center stage in this case. So the chief was alive at 8:35 and I saw no other footprints entering the room. Oh, this is where it's gonna diverge. Okay. Oh, or unless I put loath accidentally? Yeah, I think I may have. On top of that, none of us has a skill that allows us to kill from afar. This is clear proof of our innocence. By the way, this last set of footprints made by the chief, could they be... Clap, clap, clap. Incredible. What are you doing appearing out of the blue? You finally lose your marbles? You think this makes you look so cool, huh? You're pathetic! How about you stop there? You've embarrassed him enough as that is. No. I truly think you are all incredible. How can you spout all that nonsense with such confidence? What? The last set of footprints left by the victim. You should be able to see how odd they are. What do you mean odd? Are you nitpicking again? Those footprints were clearly left by the chief. The stride may be off, but the shape is clearly... What do you think is the reason behind the odd stride? No. Are you trying to say the footprints weren't left by the chief? I hate to admit it, but Chief Madan may not be nitpicking with this. It's possible that the footprints weren't made by the chief, because of evidence left at the scene. Yeah, it was... we already knew it was the clone. Let me see if I can put the music box. And do I have to just like press the cheat? Maybe? Oh, but it wasn't the music box. It was the dried flower. My bad. Oh? Oh, so it's only one. Let's see. Oh, my bad. There we go. Yeah, so we know it was made with the dried flower, so it was a copy of the chief. That's what I said. At the scene of the crime, we have an extra set of clothes, right? There's no sign the jacket was messed with, but there was traces left on the shoes last night. My skill told the same story. The only things with a memory of being touched recently are those shoes. Why exactly are we bringing this up all of a sudden? Why, you ask? Can't you use that imagination of yours? There's only one reason Detective Brian thought the footprints made at 835 belonged to the chief. Because they look like the chief's shoes. There's more trace from 835. The trace left on the shoes at the scene. However, it is possible that the footprints weren't made by the chief. What? The culprit could have worn those shoes, walked around, and then left them there. The footprints leaving the room. Those were probably made by the victim. But the criminal waiting outside to kill the victim. The person was already wearing the same shoes as him, prepared beforehand of course, and then could have carried the victim back into the room. But that would require some strength, so I don't think Thina would have been able to do it. Or Pandora maybe. Medan, you must really want to pin this on one of us. If it's like you say and the footprints were made when the culprit entered the room at 8:35, where are the footprints leading out? The culprit may have just walked backward out of the room. That would explain the strange striped patterns that you saw. I'm sorry, but if the culprit walked in such a strange way, I would be able to tell. I'm sure the footprints were made walking inward. Well then, the culprit must not have left. What? Maybe he hid in this room. Then after enough time had gone by, he pretended to discover the body? Aren't you the comedian? Then if anyone came in, he'd be done for. Like I said, he could hide. Isn't there a place in this room where a person could hide unseen? A place where a person wouldn't be seen? Is he talking about that particular place? The only thing I don't like about this, one of the things I don't like about the game is that it makes it super obvious, you know? Like, we just talked about this, so I don't see the point of needing you to put the clue again. Where's the painting? There's a... No, it's not this one. Where's the one that says the space behind? Maybe this one? And then there's the other thing, that there are many things that allude to the same hint. Yeah, it feels kind of Kicho-esque writing. Yeah, that's the thing I don't like. Like, and then there are also like 3 hints that talk about the same room, so I don't know which of the 3 I'm supposed to click, so I'm just like guessing. Painting. Oh, maybe it's the one that Thina left. The trace photo. Thina, but no, I don't think it would be this. Painting, I don't know. There we go. It does have clear hooks. I hope they kind of upgraded this in the writing in the new game they're doing, now that they've had feedback to see what works and what doesn't. The painting at the scene of the crime, actually a wrapping cloth, is stuff that allows a person to traverse through a wall. There's space for a person to hide behind that. As Detective Thina discovered before, there's definitely space enough for a single person to hide away. Right, then our culprit hid back there. Then, after the body was left to decompose over a long enough period, the culprit pretended he was the first to discover the body. I'm gonna say this like Dora. There was a gun lying on the ground outside. They made a bullet-like wound on the victim. Can you show us something that may have left a bullet-like wound? Tick, 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 tick. Oh no! Try again! It's the painting! You did it! I don't remember much about Dora, so it was like my big recollection of what it sounded like. I mostly remember like, I'm the map, I'm the map, I'm the map. Whatever the map song was. It's Dora the murder case detective! Let's go, amigos! We're gonna solve a case! Can you say case in Spanish? It's caso! Say it with me! Vamos a resolver el caso! Oh god, I'm cringing inside just from saying that. What do you know? Like, how did we end up with Dora the murder case detective here? Actually, I think that's my first crazy laugh in the stream. How long has it been? How long have I been streaming? 2 hours and my first unhinged laugh? I'm getting rusty. I'm failing at being a streamer. Shame on me. Gold star for Jintai. Somos todos casados. I'm very embarazada right now. Then, if someone were to have found the body before him, he could then wait until that person was gone and pretend that he stumbled upon the body too. 2-hour mark and no crazy laughs. I'm failing as a VTuber. I'm sure you're also disappointed in me, guys. I'm sorry. So the person who first found the body is probably... That'd be me. Of course. Carrying such a large man would have been an impossible task for anyone without Brian's large frame. What? You're speaking like Brian Shirley the culprit or something. Don't just stand there, say something! What is it? It's clear that Detective Brian is the only person who could have pulled off a feat as you described it. So, your logic must be incorrect. Pardon? This idea about the culprit trying to replicate the victim's footprints. If it really was Detective Brian and not someone else, such behavior would be rather bizarre. After all, Detective Brian has a certain something about him. Let's see. Let's see. Caucasus Brian. Let's see. Brian's special something. And I might open his... There we go. Special something, I'm not sure. I'm thinking about it. And maybe it's just his skill. Like, why would he need to hide his footprints if he's the only one who could have, you know, outed himself? Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Like, he wouldn't have needed to hide his footprints if he's the only one who can uncover them. It's thanks to this trace photo that we found about the footprints left around day 30. If we hadn't known about the planted footprints, our investigation would have gone the wrong direction. But this document was created using Detective Brian's skill. Thus, Detective Brian didn't need to falsify the footprints. He wouldn't have had to hide behind the painting. After all, it was his investigation that showed the footprints were planted. He wouldn't have needed to invent another set of footprints. All he'd have to do is lie and say the footprints at 8:30 were the only ones coming in and out. Even if his own footprints were left at the scene during the crime, he could say they were the ones from before. Thus, your logic is mistaken. I suspect that he's cleared it up. Then, why were you keeping your mouth shut before? Oh, I thought about leaving it to note would be better than making up a bunch of excuses. Ow! You're just confusing me! Though it is rather odd. Medan, didn't you say you have no interest in how this case ends? But with all these statements casting doubt on all three of us, it seems clear that you are doing nothing short of interfering with our investigation. Not bad, Brian. You finally used your head. You knew this would happen and fabricated the footprints to confuse us, huh? What? No, didn't you hear what Note just said? I did. He basically said that if Brian is the culprit, the footprints mean nothing. He could just go back inside and kill the victim without all the tricks and pageantry I spoke of, yes? But if Brian isn't the killer, it means someone else went into that room. And if that's the case, who's the other person? Tina? Redfins? If the trace photo is real, it means the culprit knew of Brian's skill. How many people beside the three of you know that? The person left no trace and knew about the skills the man at First Division had in stock. Is there any other suspect who fills all those boxes? If there isn't, the results of your investigation name you all as the prime suspects once more. So doesn't that mean that none of what you've turned up can be trusted? We have no choice but to throw out everything we know. It's gonna be him! He's gonna be the culprit. He's like... It's all a very convoluted revenge plot, or they're just testing no-trick skills. That's my theory right now. Why is my face all going weird again? I don't know. Unfortunately, that's how this case ends. Why are you doing all this? Good question. We're in trouble. If there really is another suspect, we have collected a single clue. Have we collected a single clue thus far that might tell us who that could be? And if we haven't, is there some place we haven't investigated? Somewhere hidden away? I've got to keep my cool. First things first, we need to clear up this crisis. Something someone said struck a chord with me. I'll just have to show them the answer they're looking for. Let's see. Some place we haven't investigated. I'm thinking it could be the crawl space. Like, she says there's nothing, but there could be something. Oh, I guess it might be the other clue for the space behind the painting. I'm not sure. Like, as I said, there are too many hints that... Too many things that hint to the same thing, so it's kind of difficult to, you know, assume it's just one. Let's see. Let's see, I'm reading everything. Add up. Corpse survey. Notebook. Electronic clock. Rubber balls. Jeff. Let's see. Okay. No, that doesn't sound about right. In a secret safe? What's a secret safe? Interesting. That may be it. A place we haven't investigated yet. Really? Where? I don't know. Yes, I'm sure it exists. What's that supposed to mean? Give us a proper explanation. Why is there no one who explains things where you can understand them all at once? The note the sergeant restored contains information about the staff the chief owned and displayed here. But that's not all that was written here. I see. There was a note about storing the paper in a secret safe. A secret safe? Then there may be a new clue to be found there. A clue? Do you really think that? There's no guarantee it's even in this room. No, the chief only believed in himself. He'd never hide anything where someone else could get their filthy paws on it. Besides, his note contained information on his staff. If you think about this in terms of convenience, there's a high likelihood he'd stored at least in the same place as the staff. Then speak up. Is there a place where he might have stored the safe? None of the data you've collected points to a place like that. No, it may. Perhaps we were just a little confused. I should show him. There's a clue that shows where he may have been hiding things. Let's see. Should be on the one on the Pandora, the memory survey. On this one, I think. I remember seeing something about a box, but I don't remember where it was. Where was it? Let's see. Chief office, handsome painting. I remember someone said something about a box, but where was it? Memory survey painting. Maybe there? Yeah. I mean, it's obvious that he would hide it on his secret space, but no matter how hard they think about it, there's simply no better place to hide something than behind the painting. But didn't Tina already investigate behind it? Right, and the place was completely empty. The painting is quite large, but didn't Detective Tina say it was so narrow there was only space back there for one person? Then there's another space back there that we haven't investigated? If you check the tree's photo, you'll see there's some space between the chief's handprints and the trace Tina left earlier. So if we put our hand to where the chief touched and pushed... Good, I've got something. That paper! It's the original of the paper Sarge restored, huh? As expected, this is the secret safe the chief used. Note, is there anything else in there? There are 2 file folders stashed here. Looks like they're filled with documents. One looks like case files and the other... The Tetrapod project? The contents of the folder... Hold up, keep that here. Huh? All right. It's genuine. The detective chief inspector was far more dangerous than I thought. That's enough of that. Now I can rest easy. Huh? What did you just do? That's evidence we just found! What does it look like I did? That was a classified document. Something that shouldn't have been in here. So I got rid of it. You can't be serious, that was evidence! Any person who reads those files has to be eliminated. Would you have been okay with that? How about you? Would you have been okay with that? Pardon? Whatever was written there, you were forced to hide it. Your actions proved that. The victim had that information, and you knew that he had it beforehand. Chief Medan, from the things you've said before, it sounds like you're quite familiar with Detective Ryan's skill. Do you know about Detective Tina's and the sergeant's skills as well? Then, with all the boxes a person has to check to be a suspect, that would include you, wouldn't it? Well, I guess it will. What? What's Medan? We have footprints we think the culprit planted at the scene of the crime, but no prints leaving. Neither Detective Tina nor the sergeant could have pulled something like that off. Chief Medan, would you mind explaining your skill? I don't have one. Excuse me? Note, Medan's no staffer. The bureau doesn't appoint staffers as chiefs. Shouldn't you have figured that out after working here 2 whole months? No need for snide remarks. Given our security clearance, isn't it a given for him not to know? Clearance? Does that word even mean anything to that child? Well, it's clear that he simply doesn't want to dig too deep. He doesn't want to get closely involved with the bureau. Are you gonna be a bystander forever, stubbornly refusing to make a choice? Stop changing the subject. You've got the same charges leveled at you that you were throwing away. The same charges? You'd only be able to make them stick if you had evidence that I knew the victim had that file. I didn't even know about his secret stash. If I knew beforehand and committed the crime, I would have taken those documents with me, no? I think it's safe to say Medan didn't know the location of the chief's stash. But is it true that we have nothing on him? Even if he didn't know about the stash, there's a chance he knew the chief had the document. If we can print the... No, we can put it there. Let's see. Red fins. Let's see. I don't know what he could. Aside from the print, I don't know how we could prove. Trace and shoes, red fins, Tina, chief. The chief took notes about his staff. Maybe the threat? Yeah, that makes sense. The one he was threatening was Medan. Perhaps the chief told you about it first? Are you serious? My apologies, but he's normally serious in these cases. I'm always serious. The chief told you about the documents first. Then, he held them over your head as a threat. You're just throwing claims out there. What are you basing this on? The chief left you a message on his notepad. I think he was still working on it. I can't be sure who the recipient was supposed to be, but it went something like this. Even if I were to vanish, don't let your guard down. I can always unveil the documents. The documents? The chief was threatening someone with the documents he had. And right when you laid eyes on the documents the chief had hidden away, you burned them. Is it really so strange to think his letter has something to do with you? What documents are you referring to again? You little... Are you really gonna play dumb in this situation? All of this is because we saw you light those documents on fire. Indeed. And we refers to the 3 prime suspects and their colleague? Have you always been like this? I always focus on doing the best I can. You're right. Proving the existence of these documents is going to be difficult now. I'll give you that. But note, you said there was another folder hidden in there too, right? You said case files? That's right. I haven't gotten a good look at them yet, but this looks like a medical record. Maybe a doctor's note. And this? Is this a statement from Chief Meden? Hold up now, that statement, these documents! When were they written? They were all written for a case 2 years ago on October 20th. 2 years ago? October 20th? Of course. Damn. Why is everyone reacting like this? It's not Chief Meden. It's Detectives Stina and Brian too. Come to think about it, 2 years ago. Meden, it looks like there's another file for you to burn, yes? You know nothing. Sergeant, what in the world happened 2 years ago? Seriously, do I really have to explain it like this? Penny, you don't exactly have to go into all the details. Detective Lina? No, even without all this, I was going to explain it to him. Note, I want you to know. Note, I'm going to explain everything, and I want you to listen very carefully. Because this was the case that changed my life. So it's a case within a case? Fun! 2 years earlier. I'm back. Good work out there. I see you two finished early as well. Good work to you two. No, work is money after all, so it's really the least I can do. Despite all our efforts, we only solved one case to your 5, Pandy. Don't flatter me. It'd be odd if I couldn't do at least that with all the memories I read. It's hardly fair to say that all your hard work comes from your skill alone. So you should be honest with yourself and accept the compliment, Pandoria. After all, the active role you play is all thanks to you being in the company of such a skilled investigator as myself. Where on earth has all that confidence come from? Just today you wasted all that time getting yourself stuck in a ventilation shaft. That's me! True, but sometimes to get the complete truth, you have to take one step back to take 2 forward. You know that, right? And the culprit almost escaping is 1 step? I guess we took 3 steps back for that one. But even such an amazing investigator can make mistakes. This is just a theory of mine, but what's more important than finding the right way immediately is the ability to turn around when you're on the wrong path. Again with your theories, though you do have a way with words. Still, sounds like a hard day at work, Yanni. I'm sure the 2 of you had a rough enough day as well. Is that it for the cases handed over to us? Looks that way. We finished quite early today. Great! As the Americans say, Tina, give me some skin! Oh, awesome! Hell yeah! Come on, you too, Caucasus! Oh, indeed. And Pandoria! No thanks. Somehow makes me look less intelligent. Touché! John Meden. He was a detective who worked with us 3 years ago, back when the Man Affairs Division was first formed. In the beginning, it was just him and I. At first, he was praised among those in the investigations department. But honestly, his detective skills were only a bit better than Brian's, so I didn't think he was all that spectacular. His penetrative vision skill wasn't all that unique either. It helped during investigations, but compared to the skills everyone else had, it wasn't extremely useful. Still, he was oddly skilled when it came to leadership. Oh, is this the case the 2 of you solved today? What's wrong? Does something strike you as odd about it? No, you did good detective work. But about the victim's daughter. If you check her next of kin, it doesn't look like there will be anyone left to look out for the girl. You're right. That fact bothered me too. There's this orphanage I know. You think I can recommend she be sent there? Of course, it has no connection to the bureau. Sounds like a plan. I'll have someone ask her opinion on the matter, but she'll probably like the sound of it. Alright, I'll get in contact with the orphanage. Why do you always give us more work? It's been a while since we finished up this early. Sorry, I was born with this personality. Indeed, and it's a personality I'd love to emulate. Why would they leave me there? I'll call the little girl. Oh, thanks! I solved the cases. In fact, I can say with confidence that out of all the people I'd met, no one could solve a case faster than me. But John always saw the people behind the cases. He always did what he thought was best. Without John, investigations would be no different than other departments of the Bureau. He made our division what it is today. I, on the other hand... Sorry to butt in like this. Oh, hello. It's been a while, Chief Inspector of Operations. Oh, who's this now? Chief! No, is that really you, Thina? What's with that reaction? Oh, sorry. To see such a playful grin on your face. I never would have imagined it after your time in probations. Fortunately, this division seems like a good fit. Yes, and I'm glad I followed your recommendation, Chief. Thank you. How long are you going to call me Chief? You've got a new chief now. I mean, the Detective Chief Inspector doesn't do all that much, but, I guess it makes you Bernard to me. Or Bernie? If you ever call me that, I'll kill you myself. Just call me Madame. Bernard? I'm a Madame too. Won't that make things confusing? Doesn't everyone around here already call you Johnny? Well, you got me there. You've been stopping by quite a lot, haven't you? Here to see me? Not in your life, so don't even ask. I'm here on other business. Brian? Me? Yes. It's about the matter we discussed before. If you just follow me to operations. Sarge, I'll be right back. Understood. Oh, I should be delivering that message about the orphanage. Call me if you need anything. John. Yeah? What is it? Your name came out of a certain person's mouth. You should stop your digging. Yep, thanks for the advice. I'll keep that in mind. I certainly hope so. Stubborn as an ass. What's he talking about? Pandoria, haven't you ever gotten curious about all this? I mean, what do they do with the criminals we catch? What do you mean? We send them to the Bureau's detention facility, but we don't even know where that is. Do you remember the first criminal we ever caught? We brought him in for petty theft, right? Well, he was released recently, so I went and saw him. I asked what his time in detention was like, but he wouldn't say a word. It wasn't that he was hiding it from me. It was more like he didn't have a single memory of the time in there. It was like he fell victim to a skill. If there really exists a phenomena that wipes memory, that's at least an SDN class threat level, and in certain cases, an Oppenheimer could do it. There's got to be something that would be capable of such a feat. If that's the case, I'm of the same opinion as your brother. You should stop digging into this. No good will come from us as staffers, getting too involved with the Bureau. Very sensible. But could I ask you one favor? No. Read my brother's memories. I said no. How about you listen to people when they talk to you? Pandoria, I want to help people. You're already doing that. You're right, I'm helping people who get caught up in the cases we investigate. But what about the criminals we catch? Are we really leading them down the correct path? And if we're not, they brought it on themselves. That's true for most, but that's not everyone we bring in. There are others who were merely pushed out of society or meddled with things they shouldn't have. You know that, right? There may be others apart from us who help those who get caught up in these cases, but who's helping the people who already fell from grace? That may be something only we are capable of. If the people we bring in for corrections are treated unjustly, I have to know. Of course, you always have to know. Yet the finding out part is always my job. I'm sorry, I won't force your hand in this. It's your choice. My choice. Do you know what? Ever since my skill came to light, nothing in my life has ever been my choice. My whole life has been nothing but been dragged along by the people actually doing the choosing. It wasn't even my choice to become a sergeant. It should have been you, not me in this role. I just went along with your choice. With the slightest touch, I could find out most any truth I wanted to. But I had no idea what truth I was supposed to find out. Unlike the me from back then, I can help people, and I've never been happier. It's all because I went along with your choice. So I guess this is nothing new. I'll do it. Thank you, partner. Oh no, this ain't gonna end well. I can already tell. This is not gonna end very well. Alright, Bernard is in a meeting, so there's no one here. If we're going to do this, now's our chance. But why exactly am I reading the memories of the Chief Inspector of Operations? I've asked him about this before. He's got the look of someone who knows something. Also, he recently started talking about the underground. He may have gotten an invitation to go down there. You should have told me before that this is related to the underground. Sorry. Do you want to back out? Whatever, we've come this far. That's why you're my partner! What an absolute snake in the grass. So let's get up. Let's get set up. My brother should be back soon. Is this really okay? We're pretty much betraying your flesh and blood. I mean, when it comes to Bernard, we've always been close, yet with a certain distance between us. We were separated as children since I was sent off to the Staffer training facility. Plus, he was always more interested in the public good than in family ties. So I'm totally fine doing this much. Let's be quick! Bernard Medan knows vaguely of what skill I carry. If I touch him, he's going to suspect me. I'm going to have to make up some sort of excuse for touching him. I've got to touch a few things around his office to investigate. Then, I can find a way to do this naturally. Let's see. Are we gonna investigate? Oh, right. Let's get started. That kettle. We have one just like it in our office. It's even the same color, huh? Didn't Caucasus buy the one for our office? Now that you mention it, your brother really liked the tea we served him when he dropped by our office. I would have bought him one if he asked, but to stoop so low? Let's see here. Smells like black tea, just like the tea in our office. Seems like it's been getting steady use recently. We might be able to use that. These are all of Bernard's jackets. He should organize them. Let's have a look. Out of all his jackets, he only touches this one. It seems he's only been using this thick jacket recently. It's quite cold for October. So if you're gonna touch him, it might be used to use this coat. This is Bernard's folder. I always see him carrying it around when he has a job to do. Is that so? Let's see here. Is your brother seeing the doctor? I don't think so. At least I haven't heard anything about it. There's a doctor's note in that folder. Shall I read the memories from it? Oh, that's quite old. Oh, too late. John, you really need to stop digging into this. You're about to open the floodgates. Come on, floodgates, really? What's this then? A note from your psychiatrist. What are you doing with that? You were treated by a bureau-approved psychiatrist, right? Is nothing private anymore? You don't need this paper to tell you that. Isn't that why you sought out treatment? Your compulsion is getting steadily worse. You care deeply for people you have no jurisdiction over. You should be looking out for yourself. The mana first division is doing all right now, though. That should be enough to satisfy you. I am satisfied with that. Actually, I'm more than satisfied. My colleagues are different from the people in operations. They're special. How should I put this? They're like family to me. Yet I want to know more. The results of the work done on those people. I just can't stop. Even if it costs you your life? Ugh, that's a given. John, you found me out. How much did you hear? Just a little. That's a relief. Tempers flared that day. Don't worry. Isn't that always the case with family? Then you heard everything. Yep, took one for the team. Let's see. Bernard should be coming up soon. Let's get everything ready. If we over-prepare though, he'll get suspicious. It'll be better to just pick one item to use. So Pandoria, it's time to choose. Put some dust on his coat, heat up the kettle handle. Or rip his folder. I think this one's the one we can't do. Maybe the kettle handle. If I heat up the handle, it'll make him spill his tea. Then if I move to wipe up the spill, it'll look natural. He's coming! Sergeant? John? Huh? Caucasus? What are you doing here? I was just about to ask the same thing. What are you doing in operations? I have a meeting scheduled with the chief of operations, but he said he was going to be late finishing up another meeting, so I should wait in his office. Come to think of it, Bernard did stop by our office to look for Brian yesterday. I'm concerned regarding what this meeting might be about, but I don't have time to fixate on that right now. I see the two of you have business with the chief as well. Yeah? We did have business to discuss with him, right, Pandoria? Sure. I wonder how the needless lie is going to come back to bite me in the butt. Then would you like a cup of tea while we wait? I mean, the chief isn't here, so should you really be touching his things? It's fine. He told me to put on the kettle. Besides, I'm the one who bought the kettle and tea. Ouch, that's hot! What should we do? What do you think? We messed up, huh? I think I made the wrong choice back there. Oh no, is that gonna come to bite me in the ass? Bernard should be coming up soon. Let's get everything ready. But I'm curious, will he come back to bite me on the ass? Give me a second, I'm just gonna check something. Yeah, I screwed up. If we ever prepare though, he'll get suspicious. It'll be better to pick just one item to use. Oh, okay, so now we can do the same thing. John said Bernard is always carrying this folder around. If we're going to mess with something, it should be this. If we rip this set right here... He's coming! Oh, okay, it's repeating. Let's see, I'm just gonna skip this part. Have John escort Brian out. John, get him out of here. Huh? Oh, Caucasus. Come to think about it, I had something I wanted to tell you. About the case? About the orphanage. Our methods are more complicated than I thought, so I think you're going to need my help. Got some time? Yes, but now I've... Don't worry, I'll let the chief know something's come up. I'll leave you to it then. Good luck. Yep. This ain't gonna end well. Sergeant Redfins? Hello, sir. That's a first to be coming all this way to see me. Have you perhaps seen Brian? He was called away on urgent business and said he'd be late. He sent me to pass along the message. Is that so? Were you gonna make me a cup of tea? Oh, please excuse that. It's just so much like the one in our office, I accidentally moved it. The kettle was a gift from Brian. I do like it, but I try not to let it show. That man can be rather burdensome at times. Indeed, but I do believe it not to be brown-nosing, but genuine compassion on his part. Oh, of course, he's the sort. I'd love to stay and share a cup of tea, but I think my next meeting is going to run long. I've just come to pick up some documents and be off. Tell Brian. Ugh, bloody hell, I'm in too much of a rush. Let me help you clean this up. Oh, thank you. Just like I planned. Now, I've just got to act like I'm picking this up and brush my hand against. Didn't you say you were going to help? What? Oh, Dad, sorry. There's this urgent matter, and I just thought of a clue. I must be getting back. Oh, of course. Hard at work as always. Indeed. What did she see? Damn it all. Couldn't I have thought up of a better excuse? I mean, I could have just left when Bernard left. However, if I had stayed in that room... The documents in Bernard's memory, could they be real? What on earth? What have I done? What on earth have I done? Pandoria, how'd it go? You pull it off? I don't know how to cope with this truth, but for John, from this point on, I don't want you to say a word. I just want you to listen. Right now, I don't think I could do anything but tell you the complete and honest truth. Okay, we, and I mean, all of us at the Mana First Division, are part of some top-secret project. It's a tyrannical project, run by none other. Finally, a moment of freedom, lol. How goes the stream? So, basically, we kind of solved the case, but also not. We concluded that the guilty person was the one who's suspecting us, Meden, but then he ripped up some documents that would prove he's guilty. So now Pandoria's telling the story. She's finally telling the story about what happened 2 years ago. The whole thing they've all been super suspicious about. We're finally hearing about it. I'm just about to get to the juicy part, actually, about the truth of what's happening in the Bureau. It's a tyrannical project run by none other than the head of the Bureau, Herman Munn. It's all for this tetrapod project. The project's goal, to combine hundreds and thousands of phenomena into one skill that will target the entire world. A skill to extinguish mana worldwide. If they were actually able to pull that off, it would solve one of the world's greatest problems. But to accomplish the goal of their project, they need hundreds of staff and staffers at the very least. The project needs materials, and phenomena events most often manifest as staffers. They need to be able to freely experiment on them, and dispose of them when the experiments go wrong. But even though this is the Bureau we're talking about, they couldn't just grab staffers ranked as TN and lower. Plus, the terrorists caught by operations and the staff disposed of by materials just wasn't cutting it. To expedite the project, they needed more supply. To increase that supply, they established the Mana First Division of the London branch. The criminals we've been catching have been used as free supply materials for the Bureau's project. Why go through all of this? Because they feel they have to hurry. For the sake of this world, they think it could end at any moment. They call it the threat level Noah. And it exists. Noah? A phenomenon so great that it would wash over the world like the Great Flood, so they named it Noah. Thus, they wish to build their seawall as quickly as possible to save that wave, to stop that wave. Well then, from the very beginning our worlds... John? Thank you, Pandoria. I feel a lot better knowing. Of course, he's unshaken. I finally know what the feeling I get when I'm around you is. It's not yearning, it's jealousy. That's why I feel all this hate for you burning inside, for leading me straight into this truth. I detest you. You'll take this case in stride and be better for it. I'm not sure about me though. I'm not sure if I can keep helping you. Oh, so the reason why they're dismantling the Mana First Division now is because they finally found enough staffers to fulfill the end of their project. Oh fuck, he killed himself! I thought they killed him, but no, he killed himself. Huh? What are you doing over there? No. You're different. What? What happened? Now, show me. Oh! So it's basically... Where was it that I saw this? Oh, The Haunting of Hill House, that show. There was a girl who had the ability to touch, basically psychometry, right? She touched people and objects and could see, like, it was less powerful than Pandoria. She could see glimpses. But then, when she touched a dead person's body, she couldn't feel anything anymore. She was like she could feel and see the emptiness of death. So that, you know, made her super depressed and numb. And I feel it's gonna be something similar. Like, she lost her skill because death was overwhelming or something? Penny? What happened? Johnny? No, what on earth? Sarge, what is it? What did you see? Nothing. I see nothing. Nothing. Yeah, I guess it's the same thing. She can only feel and see the emptiness of death. Where am I? Penny, you're awake! Thina, where's John? He's not there anymore. They took him to the morgue. Brian is with him, so don't you worry. Right, John is... They wrote it suicide. As punishment for causing so much commotion in the bureau, the security clearance of our division has been downgraded. What have I done? However, here, I'm too much of a dummy, so I thought you should have a look at this instead. Interesting. Oh, so they interrogated the brother. That's the case we saw. Case files? What's this though? How did this happen? Come in. Oh, back on your feet? That's a relief. We can't have you missing the funeral. What did you do? Well then, I guess you're not here to pay your respects concerning what happened to my little brother. Why are your prints on the rope John was hanging from? I think you've got the wrong idea. I'm sure I told both Thina and Brian. That rope was originally mine. Of course you're going to say that, but according to the documents I have... Boom, 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 boom. 8 a.m. and then... I used that rope before. Hi, Pabline. Thank you for the pat. John asked me if he could borrow it this morning, so I gave it to him. I'm okay though, so there's no reason to be concerned. Oh no? Oh, maybe it's because it's a lie. I've used that rope before. He never used the rope. No? Or maybe it's because he's lying here. Yeah, he was lying. He didn't ask to borrow the rope so he could kill himself. You did say in your statement that you lent the rope to John. What? So you knew this whole time? However, Fina detected an abnormal heartbeat during your testimony. An abnormal heartbeat? Oh, I see. That girl, Fina. She did say she figured out a new trick. I forgot about that. Have I crossed over to the criminal side now? What are you talking about? What do you think I'm talking about? Isn't that the reason you came? It was me. I killed John. Why? Because he tried to dig too deep. You've been at the bureau long enough that I shouldn't have to explain it to you. John made his choice. He wanted to know everything even if it killed him. So I had a choice to make too. At least with killing him, it prevented the truth from getting out. After all, it's the world's last chance for survival. Man, he just came right out with it, dang. Like, he killed his brother in cold blood. That's insane. And in my family, we respect each other's choices. My God, what are you even saying? We'll shout it from the mountaintops if that's what you want. After all, it wasn't my sin alone. Nothing will change. It'll only be your neck on the chopping block. He's so terribly nonchalant about it too. Yeah, right? He doesn't care that he killed his little brother. I guess he rationalizes it as he knew what he was doing. He knew it could kill him, so in the end it did kill him. So, you know, not my fault if he knew what he was getting up to. Too bad. I won't have any more business up here on the ground floor regardless. Yours will probably be the last case I see up here. Enjoy your stay. But I would recommend keeping your mouth shut as best you can. I see, that's why. What's going on? Why am I just standing here? Where am I even supposed to go? John's gone now. There's no one left to use me. No one to lead me around on my leash. Pandora, anything you want to say? Like, you know, anything you want to admit about? I don't know. I do feel her though. I do get what she's getting at, and I feel the same sometimes. Sometimes I do just wish that someone were there to tell me what to do all the time. And like, I don't want to think, I don't want to, you know, I don't want to think too deeply about the things I do, so I would rather prefer someone tell me what to do, and that's it. So now it's time for me to make the choices. I guess it's easy, you know, when you're unsure about doing something and maybe you don't want to do it, it's easier to rationalize it as saying, well, he told me to do it, so it's not my fault. And that's why you'd rather hide behind someone else, rather than accept your actions and confront yourself for what you did. So I get it. That makes sense, yeah. Yeah, it does make sense. I get it now. The reason why you were laughing. If you can laugh it off like it's nothing, this world becomes too painful to live in. Like a lack of responsibility in some ways. Yeah, and I guess you could also say from insecurity, right? I don't know what they're... Like, even if it doesn't have to be that deep. Like, if you choose... I'm not sure about what restaurant I'd like to go today, so you can choose. And then if it turns out that the restaurant you chose wasn't good, then I can say, oh, well, it was your choice, so... You know, it's not my fault that the food was bad. You chose it after all, even though I told you to choose it. So it's just avoiding the responsibility in a way. I'm gonna hydrate and a shrimp. But I also see it, you know, in another way. You could also read it as someone who... I don't know how to say this. Like, at least for me, I think I mentioned it, but sometimes I don't want to think too deeply. There are some times where I feel very overwhelmed. So if I had someone to tell me what to do, then I wouldn't feel so useless and I would still be doing stuff. So if I see myself as useful, it means I'm doing something right. It would be easier to have some direction. Yeah, crack the shrimp away. Yeah, that's why my current strategy is like, okay, I'm gonna give a choice and then you give me 2 other choices and we'll choose together. Or just give me 3 choices and I'll choose one of them And that way I start getting some agency and not relying on others to make decisions for me, step by step, so it doesn't get too overwhelming. Does Scylla make lists? Yes, but then I lose the lists. I'm not even kidding. I will write things down and then I remember, and then I forget where I left them. One time I put everything in my backpack so I wouldn't forget anything in class, and then you know what happened? I forgot the whole backpack in school. I, I was halfway home and I had to go back because I forgot my backpack. No, I didn't go back. I had to go the next morning. So thankfully nobody stole my backpack. I had my laptop in there for high school. So yeah, that's what I mean. Even digital, I have so many like Google Docs or notepads, note apps that I forget where I leave stuff. I do write it down and then I forget where I write it down. Or I write so quickly that it almost looks like code and then I can decipher what I was thinking later. So yeah, organization is a little bit tricky. I have to make a clear outline and then I get so distracted making the outline, I forget what I was supposed to write about in the first place. Don't be ADHD, guys. It's not fun. That is how you practice at being a detective. I get it now. Pretty much. Like, there are some good things, like being able to yap all the time without getting bored, or creativity, or I don't know. Like, I don't think I would consider myself. No, I do consider myself a boring person. I do think I'm very boring. So I don't know. There aren't many upsides. Maybe thinking outside the box or looking at a perspective in many different ways. Creative thinking and creative problem solving would be an upside of ADHD, but I personally feel the cons are way longer than the pros. So I could be medicated for that, but it's a whole thing, and I don't think I have the time, the energy, or to even go and get re-diagnosed with ADHD, because it has to be a valid diagnosis after a certain time. And then you have to get the medication, which I think costs a little bit. So here I am, unmedicated and sort of thriving. Not really, you know? I feel like I only work at 30% capacity all the time. Scylla needs an able-bodied manager. I feel like if I had a manager, I'd have to pay them everything I made from streaming, because, you know, I feel like they would cry with me. I'm so forgetful. I even forget to reply messages, so I feel like they would have a very, very tough job. I'd feel sorry for my future manager if I were to. It's hard for me to comment on that because I see you only when you're probably actively trying to be the most entertaining, so to me you are not boring. See, that's the thing, I'm not trying to be entertaining. I literally just say what comes into mind. I guess that's why I come across, that's what I've heard at least, that I come across very genuinely, and that's because I'm not trying hard. I'm not trying to create specific funny moments or anything. I'm just being me and saying what I think. But then again, when I'm with other people, I go super quiet, right? Because the way I am when I'm by myself is not the same I portray myself when I'm talking to other people. And then I can be super quiet and I don't know when to talk, so I just like wait for someone to say something and maybe I reply. That's why I say, like, I'm not sure if others in my real life would consider me entertaining. But yeah, this is me for me, so maybe I as a person when I'm by myself, I'm entertaining. Usually caffeine helps with ADHD. See, here's the thing. I think it's a family thing because my sister's the same and I think my mother's the same. But when we drink caffeine, we get anxiety attacks. Like, at least for me, my heartbeat races really fast. I start feeling dizzy. I get super paranoid. You know all the symptoms of an anxiety attack. I get very heavy anxiety attacks with caffeine. So it doesn't really calm me down like it does to other people with ADHD. It just makes me into a shaking chihuahua. With other people, you might feel perceived and quiet down. I hate feeling perceived. Like, even online, that time my post blew up and I got like 200 followers out of the blue, I was panicking. I genuinely did consider closing my account and making a new one and starting over, because it's not that I hate attention, I just like receiving it when I control the situation, you know? When I make a post and I intend for it to receive attention, then I'm like, yay, great, it's getting attention. But if I do a silly post and then it gets like 1,000 likes, it's overwhelming. It's not great. That's why I'm not sure if I would make it as a corpo VTuber. But uh, uh, um well, I mean, if I do work better with rigid structure, like being told exactly what to do. Like, this is due this day and you need to do this in 2 hours, then yes, I will be able to function. So maybe it would be a better environment for me. Because right now, as I am, who's telling me to do the clips or prepare things for stream? It's very open-ended, so it doesn't exist in my mind. ADHD is treated with stimulants. I did try ADHD med once, and it was really good. I don't know how to explain it to people, but it was quiet. My brain usually has like 1,000 thoughts per second, and then they overlap, and then I hear so many things at once. And then being under the ADHD meds was like, there's suddenly peace. You know, I can see the sky and not think about anything but how pretty the sky is. And that sounds like insane to me. Like, you really can have a quiet mind. You don't have to be constantly bombarded with all sorts of thoughts, good and bad. I don't know. I guess it's normal for other people, but I've never been able to experience it except for that one time. But back then, when I got the chance to do the ADHD meds, I was also under. I had antidepressant meds, so it was like, I don't want to overwhelm myself with too many medications, so I chose to continue the antidepressants and leave the ADHD meds. And now I'm not taking any meds, so there is that. Fully unmedicated. Sila is a quite good VTuber though. I try my best. I'm just like, as I said, I'm just being myself. I'm not really doing anything. Sometimes I feel bad because I see people trying so hard into making entertaining content, and then I feel guilty because I'm not doing anything. I'm just being here. I felt like that when I did transcranial magnetic stimulation too. It lasted for almost a year. Wow, that sounds insane. Almost a year? I don't know what I feel like I would take over the world if I were like properly medicated. But it's okay. The world is not meant to see me have that much power. Let's see. Now that I'm thinking about it, I've always lived like that. Every time the world let me down, I would always laugh instead of cry. I laugh when I'm nervous and anxious, and I laugh. Yeah, you know. You'll know this. You'll know I laugh when I'm very anxious or just like feel awkward about things. It's a treatment for the frontal lobe. I did get that from the name. I did get that. I haven't had any TMS. I've only had like those electromagnetic resonance studies and the ones where they map the brain waves. I've had that too after my accident. So those are the only ones I think. It's really funny because then they paste little cables all over your head and forehead, and then you just stay there, and it's kind of awkward. Like, well, I feel like a sci-fi movie with when they get those helmets that have a million cables all over them, and they get super mental powers. But no, I didn't get any. It's clear to me now. I never wanted this moment to come. So yeah. That's my talk about ADHD. I don't know what to think about this case. Like, it hasn't really been a case because we know the results. We're just finding out the past. I'm not sure. Maybe when I'm done with the case, I'll rank them all in a tier list and we can talk about that too. Depends on how long it goes for. That is the truth of what happened 2 years ago. Are you insane, woman? Even if you did know about the project, why would you talk about it here? Do you want there to be a mass suicide? ADHD, oh yeah! My apologies, but we heard about the Noahs yesterday from the cabinet secretary himself. Notes finding out about this project just changes the number of reasons to kill us from 1 to 2. I love the logic here, honestly. But what's this mean for you? Hey boss, I had to hop out as they started talking about a possible save. What I miss? Woo boy! Let's think, what happened about the save? Basically, we kind of cleared all of the main squad. Then we put Medan, I mean this guy, as our new suspect. And then we found some documents that would reveal the truth about everything, and the guy burned them. So Pandora ended up telling us the whole story. And the summary is that 2 years ago, there was this guy's brother called John, worked as a detective with them. But he wanted to know the truth about what was going on behind the bureau. And he asked Pandora, who back then she could still touch people. So he asked her to touch this guy since he knew everything. And we found out that the bureau is collecting staffers to create... I'm not sure if it's a weapon. I guess it's kind of a weapon that's meant to destroy mana from the world. And this division, the Mana First Division, was only created so they could grab more people to experiment on. And also Brian's kind of involved somehow. We still don't know exactly how. But anyways, in the end, the other guy ended up committing suicide because the truth was too much to handle. And now we know everything. And this guy's saying, you're gonna get us all killed because you admitted the truth. And that's the summary. Documents from a case you pleaded guilty to 2 years ago turned up in the late chief's secret stash. So again, what do you think this means for you? It's just as you say. My reasons for resorting to killing went from 1 to 2. Oh, the guy didn't commit suicide. His brother killed him. I forgot that part. He made it look like suicide, but he actually killed him so he wouldn't reveal the truth. You couldn't have. No! How could you? So what if I did kill the chief? So what if I ended his life just to shut his fat mouth? The 1 hour promise to you is up. This is me we're talking about, though, a person from the underground. No matter how much you wriggle and writhe, you'll see no punishment for me. That's the case for now. However, is that really it? Pardon? Note, where's this coming from now? You look like you're in one of your solving moods. It's just strange is all. For both the case 2 years ago and the one right now, if nothing bad comes from fessing up to the murders, why go through all the trouble to hide them? There's no noble blood in my veins. Of course I have to hide my shady dealings. What is this anyway? On my side all of a sudden? Don't tell me. Are you about to say that all of this wasn't my doing? No, you definitely fabricated the suicide 2 years ago. But you weren't acting alone. You had an accomplice. Didn't you? Oh, it's Brian. Fuck, I was right. It was Brian and Medan. Note, what are you saying? The documents from the case 2 years ago that the chief hid away clearly point to Bernard Medan for this, but that's not the end of it. Within these documents, a non-contradiction is hiding. Damn it. I'm so sad. I like Brian. Okay, we don't have to print out. Witness statement, Medan. I used that road before. Now that I'm thinking of it, that was my last chance to stop him. Let's put this one. And Brian heartbeats. Medan and Brian. Okay. No, it's not then. No, it's this. This one's for the chief. And then did we have another one? Chief's office, chief's records, doctor's note. I predicted this day would come. Okay, we do have to put 2. John asked if I could pour it this morning, so I gave it to him. This was my last chance to... I'm just wondering if there's another... like, another piece of information I haven't seen yet. No, this is for the chief, Oh, here, this one, I guess. And then... this one, no. This one... I wanted his statement. There we go. Fingerprints, John, 1 month before. Here we go. I had never used that. I used that rope before. Why was he lying? It's a lie, but he had used the rope 1 month before. There we go. Easy peasy. 2 years ago, you gave this statement right here. You said the rope Detective John Mellon hung himself with was yours. Did I? Yes, but during that part, an abnormal heartbeat was detected. Ah, yes. I found a new rope to do the deed with. Is that so? If that were the case, why were your prints left on the rope 1 month before? Well, I couldn't tell you why for sure. No, it's not that I don't find that strange as well, but that contradiction means little in and of itself. Right, it means nothing at all. It has no bearings on the charges being leveled at Chief Mellon. But why the contradiction? To put it in other words, it seems like an error in the document. An error? That's right. It's either the trace photo or the Whitman statement. One of them's got to be wrong. In fact, the error was probably part of the fabrication. A fabrication so good, only the detective who wrote out the document would be able to tell. I think the falsified part must be this one right here. Let's see. I'm sure it's Brian. Like, I don't think it's Tina, honestly. If it's Tina, I will be surprised. Pleasantly surprised. Oh no, it's not that one. Maybe it is the other one. Is it gonna be Thina? Really? Interesting. It might be Thina actually. No? What is it? Yeah. ¿Qué está pasando, Watson? No sé, yo también estoy perdida. Oh yeah, he wouldn't have used the rope before. It is Tina! Holy fuck! The abnormal heartbeat detected here. That must be the error. Isn't that right, Detective Tina? Tina? The sergeant was just coming to after the shock, and it was Detective Tina who gave her the document. Oh, I forgot to read the rest. Something about what she said. It makes it seem like there's more behind this story. The abnormal the abnormal heartbeat detected here looks different from the ones Detective Tina usually notes down, huh? Oh, the day's finally come. Just can't pull the wool over Note's eyes, can I? Oh shit, they're all gonna be involved. I'm pretty sure they're all gonna be involved in what happened 2 years ago. This is crazy. Tina, what did you do? What are you talking about? Messing up a document like that can only mean... That's right. Meden's statement was no lie. In the end, no one could simply murder Detective John. Tina? Sorry, I I truly am sorry. If I didn't do it, Pandy, you would have thought you killed him yourself. Chief Bernard Meden, with Detective Dina's help, you fessed up to setting up the murder 2 years ago, right? You fessed up, but you still left yourself enough room so you could wiggle out if need be. After all, you only admitted you did it to the sergeant. Oh, so he did kill himself! He did kill himself and Tina did it so she wouldn't feel guilty, and he did it so he could have something to hold over her head. Even now, we're only pointing out the possibility you did it, and you're just playing along at being the culprit. Just like 2 years ago, to hide the truth. You've ruined everything, and it was going so well. You're all just like my damned brother. I was instructed by the Bureau not to punish the lot of you. All we had to do was disband this division. Then no more punishment would be needed. Then you say you've got to investigate digging into the past. And here I am pulling out my hair, thinking I'm going to kill myself trying to get in your way. Do you know how shameful it was doing all of this to protect a culprit I didn't even know the identity of? But that's only if one of us is the culprit. If we're all innocent, you won't have to do that. I wish that were the case. Huh? Anyway, Redfins, cut the crap. Seriously, stop with this nonsense. You think I'm going to believe anything you have to say? I'm sorry. I thought I could paint myself as the ill-fated protagonist, shouldering the burden, and I thought I was satisfied with that. You caught me the one time, so I didn't think we'd be pulled into this again. I was tired enough of it. Redfins, John really did kill himself. Seriously, cut the... Penny, don't touch me! Right. We just need more evidence. I'll just have to investigate the crime scene once more. No, I'll leave this to you. Keep your spork flipped. Sergeant, it must be so painful to know you were believing a falsified truth for 2 whole years. But for her... Sergeant, you're carrying out an investigation based on emotions alone. Aren't we all supposed to be tools? Note, that was something John told me. I was just following his lead. Clearly, I'm not who you think I am. Oh man, she's really heartbroken. Then the person I met up on that balcony yesterday, was that not you either? Can't you just let me win a single time? Sergeant? Note, even if I'm not around, you keep asking questions. Oh, she's gonna die? For real this time? Something's gonna happen. Okay, let's see. And that's how things stand. Always so quick to act. I wouldn't have seen him again anyway since I was headed underground. Couldn't even respect his older brother enough to... I'm sorry. As his colleague, I should have suspected sooner. He hid where his head was at for me too. If you had figured it out first, that would have been just sad. But seriously, even yesterday it seemed like nothing was the matter. Yesterday, Redfins read my memories. According to Brian, she was with John, so it was probably her who put her up to it. He discovered the secrets locked away in my memories, but couldn't handle the truth. And here we are. It's not the rarest of reactions. Then Pandy... No matter how you look at it, she was the one who pulled his trigger. At least, that's how she'll see it. Pandy... I mean, that is a problem, but more important is her safety. What? Is Pandy in danger? A lot of the documents I've been exposed to recently are top secret underground files. If the boss were to suspect, and if he were to find out about Redfins... He can't! If that happens, then I lose Pandy too! Calm down. I know what you're scared of. Thankfully, the situation isn't that bad yet. After all, Redfins couldn't read John's memories. If you help me out, we can ensure Redfin's safety and relieve her of the burden of her guilt. Will you help? Sure. I'll just head back to operations for a while. Good. Then we'll make me the culprit. What? You just took my statement, right? Just manipulate part of it. Make it look like I lied to hide my crime. After that, show it to Redfins once she regains consciousness. Redfins won't be in the best state of mind, so she won't suspect the document, and she'll immediately suspect me as the culprit. She won't hold herself responsible for John's death, and she won't have any reason to spread the information she took from my mind. I'll head down to the underground and stay there. I'll report to my superiors that John had to be taken care of because he stole classified documents. It's perfect. Why are you doing all of this? For Pandy? I talked to John 2 days ago. He said you all are like family to him. He said that right in front of me, his actual family member. Oh wow, that's a low blow. I still wonder what he meant by that. But there's no way for me to figure that out now. It's just, I want to be included in the group, as the dummy's actual family member. I'll sacrifice my own life for the people he cherished. At least, that's what I want to think. Oh wow, I did not see this one coming, but okay. Candy, she would never want me to do this. But your suggestion is enticing, only because I want to protect her. So, I'll play the criminal and I'll become a traitor. As always, I'm simply the worst colleague. Oh, so that was the truth. Sorry, madame. I guess I was the worst colleague for you too. You never did follow my orders. That's nothing new. Madam, why'd John kill himself? Ever since he was an officer in operations, John had his compulsion to help people. During his time in operations, he was forced to bring harm to people, so it was probably defiance of his position that led him to be like this. He simply couldn't stand the paradox of it all. That's when he began his work to save as many lives as he could. That's actually why he sent him to disbodied divisions in investigations. By that you mean the Mana First Division. That's right. There, he was able to get along with you lot and help people, so it seemed to calm his mental illness. However, that's also when he began to sense there was something odd in the way the criminals were treated, and he relapsed into his old ways. I don't know what to think about, you know, the OCD. His OCD was helping people to the point that he would get into harm as long as he could help others. That's a little bit, you know, that's a little bit tough. Like, being too much of a good person is a mental illness, according to this. And I see why. That's when he found out about the project and Noah damned him, he just couldn't leave it alone. However, it's simply not something one man can have an effect on. After all, it deals with the absurdity this world is built upon. Well, I can see it. Yeah, I can see it too. Like, it's not that you're not even in control anymore. You have no regard for your own safety. So that is a mental illness. Being selfless to the point of neglecting yourself is a real thing. And unsustainable too. Yeah, like, that's why the guy said he was going to end up dead one way or another, because he literally couldn't stop. He had to get to the bottom of it so he could help people. And it did end up, I guess, like, he died because he realized he wasn't, no matter what he did, he wasn't going to be able to help everyone. Like, the people he thought he was helping were being sent off to being experimented on. And that also creates the paradox with the fact that they're trying to do something that's, in quotes, good, you know? If there's no mana, there's no dangerous people, which is, you know, a bigger debate. Like, how far can you go and still call things a good thing to do? So yeah, that's a heavy ethics debate. I never thought him capable of it. Then that means you knew your brother was suffering from a mental illness? Yes, that's what I just told you. Then, what's going on? If that's true, then what on earth is this? I'm gonna be a little bit hesitant on how they approach this. We do have the statement declaring that he has no mental illness, but you could also hide it to a doctor. Like, that's not a big deal, really. You could pretend to be completely fine. So, you know, this is not really a contradiction for me. Then what about this doctor's note? A doctor's note? This was in the folder with the documents about the case 2 years ago. It's from the psych clinic. Apparently John went to see a psychiatrist. This is a record of his visit. I've been thinking about this for a while. But take a look at the middle part. It says there's nothing wrong with him. Is that something the chief had from his secret stash? How's that possible? Didn't you say John had a mental illness? He did, and I checked it out myself, but this isn't John Medan's medical record. What? Then whose is it? There's only one person it could be. Only one person involved in the case 2 years ago with any sort of mental problem. And the person's name. She was struggling with stuff, I guess. Pandora Redfins. My mouth won't open. Why was this doctor's note kept there? Note? You froze. Does that mean no one else comes to mind? No, I've got the person, but... Let's calm down. We don't know all the facts yet. We're still in the middle of an investigation. It's no time to worry about a future that's still up in the air. The sergeant received that shock 2 years ago and hasn't been able to touch people since, right? That's true, but note, why exactly are you bringing up the Sarge now? There's no one else here who might have a mental disease. Even if they did, it wouldn't be held against them as a sign of weakness. Note, but the sergeant being unable to touch people, that could be considered a mental disease, right? Note, are you serious? When it comes to investigations, I'm always serious, you know that. I don't want to say it either, however, I can't help but entertain the possibility. After all, that's how the Sarge taught me. No, that was something John told me. I was just following his lead. There's a possibility that the sergeant may have lied about having a mental illness. She may actually be able to touch people. And also she may have been threatened by the chief because of that. Note! Do you know what you're implying? I do. I'm well aware. But if the Sarge really did lie about touching people, what's that mean for us? If we look at the big picture, we can find 2 reasons for it. Am I going to do the hexa thingy or just a regular? Yeah, it's just a regular one. Hello again, Scylla. How is the investigation going? It seems like the sergeant was involved and may be the culprit, so... I'm gonna hydrate. Sila, hola, Recon! ¿Cómo estás? Let's see. It's supposed to be 2 things? Yeah. No, just 1 thing. Okay. Me sacaron un diente hace unos días. Creo que sí lo habías mencionado, ¿no? Que te iban a sacar un diente. Según yo, sí me acuerdo que lo habías mencionado. Why would she do that? Like, I have a vague idea, but... I'm not sure exactly... Like, on the exact point, that's where I'm not sure why. Oh, it was just a skill? Okay. The sergeant's skill allows her to read the memories of anything she comes in contact with. Also, when she touches a person, she's able to see through the eyes of that person to gain their visual memories. And until today, she was quite adamant that she couldn't see visuals. She said it was because she couldn't touch another person's body. But what if she can? It'd be like before. She could look back on the crucial moments of a case, right? Yes, perhaps. No, if that's her only goal in this, she wouldn't need this excuse about not touching people. Mañana toca revisión para ver si todo va bien. ¿Cómo van los casos? Este ya es el último. Ya estamos descubriendo la verdad sobre todo lo que pasó hace 2 años, pero aún nos faltan cositas que descubrir. She just had to pretend she wasn't good at using her skill anymore. She couldn't pretend with that alone. She had another reason. And that reason has to do with you, Detective Tina. Huh? I should show her. Show her the reason why the sergeant can't touch people and its relation to Detective Tina. I've got one document that shows just that. Maybe because she wanted to see her skills to know when people had lied? Yeah, that makes sense. Detective Tina, you're able to detect minute vibrations. With that skill, you're able to detect abnormal heartbeats. However, when you want to do that, you need to be touching the same thing. Note? What are you? So Pandy was avoiding my skill? I wish I was wrong about it. But if there's no information refuting it, there's no reason to dig any deeper. If she needed an excuse not to touch you, there's none better than claiming a mental illness. The departed chief of investigations was holding onto that doctor's note, and we have circumstantial evidence that he was threatening someone. In other words, you have a theory. You think Redfins is the one who killed the chief, don't you? I considered the possibility. Don't be ridiculous, that troll is already arrived at the station. I'm starting to sound like him. Listen carefully, if Redfins isn't your culprit, it's either Tina or Brian. Huh? Ever since you left the underground, I've had a man stationed at the entrance to investigations, instructed to track your movements. According to my man's report, you 4 were the only ones in that wing yesterday. That's why I was trying to block the truth from being revealed. John treasured those people, so I tried to make it look like I was a culprit, and even though it wasn't the honorable thing to do. I need to charge my phone because I'm at like 9% and I don't want it to die midstream. Because I do have camera tracking, but it's not as decent. It's kind of like stiffer, very much. Very stiffer. So give me a second. I'll just charge the phone. Man, I wish I had a phone stand so it didn't have to bend the cable when I was charging the phone. I did consider like putting some tape and gluing, like not gluing it, but taping it to the piece, to the monitor so it would be floating in the air, but that didn't seem very smart either, so let's see. There we go. It'll have to do for now. Before, when I tried to interfere with the investigation, you didn't bat an eyelash, but now you're acting sheepish? Whose side are you on? Medan, you're going too far. No, let's let him think. After all, time's almost up. Detective Tina. Well, let's put a pin in that for now. We're still lacking proof. You're right, there's a very high possibility that Redfins was threatened, as you say. However, that doesn't mean she was a culprit. There might be a cheap stand. Yeah, I know. Like I've been meaning to add one to my. Like I just put things in thrones because there I have a way to look at them and a list that I can't lose. So that's actually why I use the throne. I would use an Amazon wishlist, but I never go into Amazon, so you know. I have to run to the bathroom, so give me 1 second. I drank the huge mug of tea, so I'll be right back. raining so badly. Well, it's not like raining super strongly, but my knees hurt when it rains. My knee joints. I'm old. Let's see. What are we? There we go. To return to our case, the culprit was able to enter the room by replicating the victim's footprints. But that's it. There were no footprints leaving the scene. It was Redfins herself that pointed that out. Also, as you know, hiding in that room was impossible for her because the sergeant, she left the building with me last night. It's clear, from the documents we've gathered so far, it's impossible to put this crime on her. However, it's as it always is. The truths I uncover only change the world for the worse. But why is that? However, if one of the people we've investigated is our culprit, even though I know that, even with all the anxiety feeling my body, it's quite possible that one of the documents has been altered or fabricated in some way. I'm not ready. I can face my choices. If our culprit tricked us with this card, anyone could be the culprit. I still say it's Brian. Like, I'm very convinced that it's Brian for some reason. No. No, it's not Brian! God damn it, I don't know why I keep thinking it's Brian. Or unless my initial theory was correct, and it was a clone with the dried flower. I did say that at first that it was always a clone. What do you have? What do you have against big caucuses? I don't know, like, he's shady, he's hiding something, I know that. But I'm going back to my initial theory that it was a clone. So, let's see that. What the fuck do you mean that it's not? Oh, unless... Oh, unless I have to put that the flower wasn't used? Yeah, maybe it's that one. I know it was a clone. Motherfucker, I was right, it was a clone. See, even my wrong theories end up being right at some point. Which means it's going to be Brian eventually. I'm calling it. Brian did something, y'all. The dried flower? Yes, the dried flower that creates a replica. We thought no one had used it. And here's the thing. Here's the plot hole that I thought of when I first thought of my theory that it was a clone. You can't see how many petals it has. So even if someone tampered with the evidence, wouldn't you be able to visually see that there was one petal less? We know the last time, we know how many petals it had because the chief used it last time to clone himself. So it wouldn't be too hard to see, like, hey, there's a petal missing now. The game's got way too many damn layers to wade through. For real! Like, I'm not gonna say it gets way too convoluted because it's part of the game, but it does, like, at some point it's a little bit. Why is my head doing that? Like, it's not. I think my printer is broken. Like, let me see. If I put it straight into my face like this, see, I'm looking straight at the camera here, and then it looks like I'm gazing at, I don't know, time and space or something. But I'm not sure if it's like my camera or the app. It's driving me crazy since the last stream and I don't know what it is. And I forgot to investigate it, so... Oh, maybe if I recalibrate it? No, it doesn't go back to normal. That's so crazy. I'm getting distracted again, that's not the point. The point is that we're going to solve the case and I was right. Let's see. We thought that way because the sergeant recorded in her memory survey that it hadn't been used in a while. However, if the sergeant made this part up, you mean if she's the culprit? Yes, and if that's the case, this memory survey is the fabrication. If she made use of certain properties the dried flower carries, she could have carried the body into the room without leaving any footprints out. The property that would allow her to do so is written right here. Oh, come on! This is unnecessary. I don't need to point out. We already know that it creates a clone. I'm getting slightly annoyed. Like, there are parts where it could be shorter, where the game could be shorter. There we go. The fact that the replica disappears after 30 minutes. Using this, the culprit could have pulled it off. When our culprit went in for that first meeting with the chief, they secretly stole both the dried flower and the rubber ball that served as a murder weapon. Then, at 8:30, the culprit returned to the crime scene. However, it wasn't the real culprit. It was a replica created by the culprit with the help of the dried flower. It followed the orders the culprit gave, knocking on the door to lead the victim out of the room. Then, once the victim came out into the hallway, the culprit took the cloth off the wall, vaporizing the victim's heart. Then the culprit grabbed the victim as he fell. The culprit lacked the strength to move the body, but that was no problem. The culprit just had to make 2 replicas. Then the 2 culprits moved the body back into the room. Since they were already wearing the same shoes as the victim, which the culprit prepared beforehand, they were able to disguise their footprints to look like the victims. After that, the 2 replicas went over where the victim hung his clothes and waited until they disappeared. If the replicas were made about 20 minutes before, that would give them about 10 minutes to commit the crime before they disappeared. So, after replacing the staff and heading to where the shoes were, the replicas disappeared. Then the only thing left in the room were the victim's footprints. Just with something unusual about the victim's stride. That's why the footprints were like that. Why? Why does it seem so plausible? To the very end, you refused to name your culprit. So what are you planning to do about red fins? Oh, my nose. As I said before, bringing the investigation to a close changes nothing. But are the lot of you alright with that? Will you be able to treat the red fins the same way you've always treated her? We can't postpone this any longer. It's time you made a choice, all of you. Damn. As for me, I would choose to cover this up. Because I wouldn't like to see that person John opened his heart to in prison. Considering the threats, her actions were justified too. The threats. But after everything, I think this choice is out of my hands. If you don't decide this yourselves, you'll probably have to live with the regret for the rest of your lives. Then in the end, it was her, Pandy. No, isn't there anything else? Pandy couldn't have done that. Fina, isn't that right? This isn't the end. Just like always, there's one more thing, right? Right? Fina, you've got to stop. Then all that's left now is... Note? The threats. The chief threatened Sergeant Redfins, all because the sergeant pretended to have a mental illness. How could that be turned into a threat? Why was that doctor's note in the folder with the case files from 2 years ago? Plus, what reason did the sergeant have for hiding the fact that she could use her skill on people 2 years ago? What was she thinking back then? What path did she choose to walk down? If in the very beginning she was able to read into people's pasts, in all the cases thus far... Oh, sorry about that. Note, what are you doing? That's where we gather all the cases we've solved. The murder at Trump Tower on October 30th. The murder at Woods on November 25th. The event at the Miller residence on December 10th. And then yesterday's murder on December 24th. In each of these cases, the sergeant, she always pointed us in the right direction. She knew exactly what was going on. hydrate, then and shrimp. There we go. I'm just gonna put all of her statements. Yeah, she always wanted to guide us. Esa rola parece ending de serie de misterio. Sí, está bueno el OST, eso sí no puedo negar. No, are your thoughts still a mess? No, that face. He's already reached a conclusion. Sergeant, are you listening? I figured it out. Sergeant, I know what you wanted. I see. Finally, you're seeing the real me. Handy? Tina, I'm sorry about everything from before, and thank you. I've wanted to thank you for 2 years now. Huh? Bernard, I've made you carry a heavy burden. My apologies for that. You can't. John always talked about you. You too, Brian. Thank you. It was nothing. I just... Yes, I'm including that too. I just want to say thanks. Note, come to me. We don't have much time, so I'll talk while you walk. Is that okay? Yes. But that's not the way to the crime scene. She's not at the crime scene. Pardon? Oh, she's gonna jump off the freaking roof? No! Pandora, you can do that! Oh, why does it still look like that? What's wrong with you? Oh, let's try this one. Wow, that's worse. Why is that worse? I guess that's kind of better. Our conversation will continue by spork. If you want to hear, just keep your sporks upside down. Those who don't want to wish can cover... wish to hear can cover their ears. Neither choice is the wrong one. How do I make it so it's looking straight? There you go, that looks better. What's going to happen? One way or the other. It seems that no one here truly knows the real Red Fins. That's creepy. And that's my fault because 2 years ago I lied to Pandy? I knew. There was no way not to. When Medan settled that, I could see it in all your faces. The part about changing his statement, I figured that out later. This whole time, I knew, but I said nothing. And that's not it. This whole time, every minute of it, I've been deceiving you. I told you! He's onto something. He knows something. He's suspicious. I want to know. I am curious about one thing. Why you ordered me to investigate this case? If I hadn't ordered you to do it, would you have sat there quietly and done nothing? Of course not. I knew it was going to be like this, so I made it look like I was actively taking part in the investigation. Because of that, you were able to fool the memory survey to hide the truth. Just as you've been doing this whole time. Sergeant, you've been able to touch people. Because of that, you've been able to see the images captured by the victims by touching their bodies. That changes everything. Not just with this case, but with the previous cases and the meaning of everything we've gone through. Right. Tell me what you're thinking. The case at Trump Tower from the first day I arrived. The one where the clown Geller killed the ringleader. There was one clue I didn't understand. The blood on the ceiling. That was the only clue not left by Geller's crime. Maybe it was a trap. a lure she constructed to interfere with our investigation. The victim had his propulsion skill. Thus, if the victim had actually used his skill to kill himself, it would have left a mark on the ceiling. And if the crime had been ruled a suicide, all the members of Trump Tower would have been cleared of their charges. That was what Geller wanted, so she prepared her trap. But her trap was missing one thing: the victim's bureau file. We didn't have it, so we couldn't have known his skill. It would have been impossible to rule it a suicide. But it just so happened that you went into the gambling hall and got your hands on his bureau file. I'm sure you knew that the clue you were holding had nothing to do with the facts of the crime. After all, you knew Geller did it with a single touch. You knew, but you didn't tell us a thing. You left the scene of the crime to get his bureau file, and then when the investigation hit rough waters, you reminded me that the victim was a staffer. In the end, you were leading me to the conclusion that the victim committed suicide. It's not that I wanted you to ignore Geller's sins. It's just, I wanted it to be the police, not us, who brought her in. I didn't think her evil enough to be forced to take part in the project. I saw everything the victim did to Geller. His blows were only one small part of the abuse. Yet when Geller killed the victim, she was crying. Next, we went to Woods, the facility that handled creatures. Wow. The culprit was Kendrick Hobbs. He used the other suspects like chess pieces to kill his own boss. But Woods held one more secret, one unrelated to the truth of the case. The inhumane creature research being carried out in the underground lab. It was Nine Beck, the vice president who was in charge of them. You accidentally came into contact with Beck. That was when you found out about the facility. Those atrocities came as so much of a shock to you that you hit Mr. Beck 2 times. Sergeant, you were afraid of what might happen if those secrets were to be revealed to the outside world. So when Detective Dean suggested we continue investigating, you tried to cut her off and end the investigation. In the end, you saw what effects leaking that information had. That was information that shouldn't have gotten out like that. You figured we could always arrest Hoss later on. Next was the accident really, at the Miller residence. It was a tragedy caused by the victim's own foolish behavior and the lack of communication between husband and wife. I'm not sure when it was that you touched Mrs. Miller, but you had plenty of time to do so. Brian and I arrived at the scene late, and Detective Tina was investigating the second crime scene. You knew the pain the truth of the case would bring to Mrs. Miller. So, you tried to hand the case off to materials. Then during the investigation, Seth Doring ran off due to my mistake. The only thing you were doing there was trying to get me to give you an answer. Brian and I continued our investigation. Did more twists occur? Basically, Redfins was she could always touch people, so she knew she could solve the crime just by touching people. She always knew who the culprit was, but she was trying to avoid us from catching the culprits, so they wouldn't be experimented on. When we finally uncovered the truth, you tried to convince Brian and I to conceal the truth from Mrs. Miller. I still think not telling her was the right answer. However, Brian knew the truth as well, and he made his choice. I merely decided to respect his decision. It's dangerous to think I'm the only one with the right answers. I guess that makes sense. She had a route towards knowing all along. Yeah. She was also the one who killed the chief, apparently. Then, there was the case yesterday, the murder with the Oppenheimers in the underground. With that one, it was hard to find the truth, even with your ability to read the memories from corpses. It was also quite difficult for you to naturally graze against the suspect. But yesterday you made your clearest move. When I was revealing the truth about Dog, you tried to deceive us by saying there was a memory on the memo left at the crime scene when the memory didn't exist, all in an effort to cover up the truth. Did I really want to save Doc? I'm still not sure. But considering how much you know about the Noahs, I had to do everything in my power to stop you. Yes, that was what was best for me. That's it. That's your secret. You find out the truth before everyone else. And if the truth turns out to be dangerous, you change it, you alter it, until it's the ideal truth for you. For 2 years, Sergeant, even ever since that fateful day, you've been carrying on just like this, haven't you? It's just like 2 years ago when Detective Tina hid the truth about the suicide for your sake. That's right. Just like Brian also knew the truth and said nothing. Just like the people most precious to me did for me. However, I knew everything. That day of all days, it was impossible for me to see nothing. I saw it all. I saw him tie that noose around his own neck, and I saw how he swung back and forth like a pendulum. But because of this red light on my arm that won't ever come off, I couldn't continue as if I knew nothing. But that was when I realized there was something I could do. After all that pain I lived through, I was going to keep it away from others. Note, it was good to hear all of your stories. When I heard the stories of all the suffering your wounds brought you, I felt like I wasn't alone in this world. Finally, we come to stand face to face. I'm starting to get scared. Is the person behind this door really the person I knew her to be? Let's see what happens. I'm curious too. Oh, look at her, she's so pretty! What's wrong, Note? You can start being soft. Sergeant, aren't we detectives? Yes, we're detectives. But our job isn't about changing the world. The world doesn't change just because one person in this immense city feels despair. And even if we cling on to what hope we have to keep living, the world stays the same as it always been. Note, I'm not trying to do something as grandiose as change the world. I'm only trying to help the people I can. Those within my circle of influence. Pase lo barrido. Sí. That's not our job. You're right, but it's something only we can do. As the people who find the first truth, as the people who first find the truth and tell of it, we can help people. Even if the people don't want our help, the moment they want help is the same moment they find out the truth. But then we can't help them. We can't do anything to hold back the pain. We found out the truth, judge it, and move on. That's the best we can do. Sergeant, that does help. But murdering the chief, was that to help people too? It was. Once you learn the truth, you'll understand. Is there a single person in this world who deserves death? That's an interesting topic, but nothing we should be fretting about now. There's not a single person in this world who can truly hide a murder. That's the only important topic for the likes of us. But for now, just trust me and wait a second. When the time is right, I promise I'll tell you. Trust, affection, emotion. Those turn logic itself illogical. The thought of losing one relationship is enough to send you down a path of no return. This is just a theory of mine. You can't mix people and reason. Filter all of those out. After all that, only logic should remain. Trust me, Note. You don't always have to focus on the truth. We're detectives after all. The only thing we believe in is verified truth. Thus, the only thing I can truly say for certain is that the victim lived an additional 4 days. You will have to live with that truth too. Could you stop talking, please? Sergeant, I just have one more question to ask. Have we ever truly met? We met last night, right here. That was me. That time alone, that was me. I can't believe you. We're detectives. Aren't detectives supposed to find out the truth? Indeed, and you found out the truth. Not to find the truth that lies beyond what you see. That's all I did. And in the end, John died. Note, you've dug up more in your 2 months here than anyone else in this city ever has. But all the truth you found, what did it bring? Note, you already know the answer. The truth is not necessarily noble or beneficial to anyone. The truth isn't always right. Some truths can hurt people. I idolized John because he was actually a weak person like me. Thus his death. That's right. For us especially, many of the truths we seek are dangerous. That's why after we find them out, we have a choice to make. A choice. I'm not saying you shouldn't uncover the truth. I'm talking about the choice that exists on the other side of that truth. I want to become a person who handles the truths that are revealed in the correct way. In that way, the pain I felt, the pain we felt, doesn't have to be felt by everyone. If the sergeant I know is who I think she is, she's more kind and caring than anyone I know, always looking out for those around her. And she's clever. I'm sure it isn't just trauma that caused her to act like this. She probably thought about this again and again before reaching her current conclusion. In fact, the advice she threw out to those involved in these cases, even though it was based in lies, definitely would have saved those people. Compared to that, all I did was... Note, you can choose a different path. You may think these painful truths to be necessary in this world. If you choose that path, then clearly, it's going to make things better. Because you're better than everyone, you may be able to change something I gave up on. However, I want you to walk together with me. You're the one who knows my pain. I want you to know. I want you to stay at my side. Note, take my hand. Fuck! I didn't save! Oh shit! Like, what happens now if I don't take her hand? Will I kill her? I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Okay. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I want to be with her, but you know, I'm not sure. I don't know, guys. Now this looks like quite the decision. If I take her hand, I'll be walking down the same path she's on. From that moment, my life will change. Or will it? Por la luz roja parece que te está ofreciendo droga. I wish I'd saved. I didn't save. That's a shame. Like, I didn't know that I was about to be faced with a choice that would alter things, so I didn't save. It feels like the world around is speaking to me. It's telling me the time to choose is here. It's telling me this choice will determine the path my life will follow into the future. However, if an instant's choice really determines all that, does that mean that everything I've done up to this point means nothing? I've changed since coming to this city, I'm certain of that much. So you can choose your way to sing the other decision if you want. Yeah, I know, committed, lol. I know, it's like you really have to choose. Now, I'm curious, like I chose this specific ending because I'm curious, but if it were personally up to me as a person, as Scylla, I don't know. I would have chosen the truth. I think this came up a couple when we did the case where we we had to tell whether we chose whether to tell the lady the truth or not, and I chose to tell her the truth. I would still choose the truth, honestly. I don't know. It's a really big ethical debate, but I would choose the truth. See, I can reload the last save and fast forward to the choice. Yeah, but I haven't saved this chapter, I think. Case 4. No, I didn't save. I'd have to do the whole chapter. That's the issue. I didn't save at any point during this case. I forgot. Fuck. I lost justice, and I found people. I lost trust, and I found devotion. I lost faith, and I found hope. Every moment brought a change about a change in me. Sergeant, if I take your hand, will that change me? If we don't let go, will we not change? Maybe, but I think not. Note, Sergeant, I took your hand yesterday, but that wasn't some huge choice. It was just because I wanted to know more about you. Now that I'm thinking about it, it was the same at Trump Tower and the same at Woods, at the Miller residence, and yesterday when we visited the underground. I never made a single choice. I just found the truths that were hiding in each place. Each and every time, I simply found the truth lying beyond everything. I'm sorry. Asking me to join you as you reach your hand through the fog. Even now, I only see you in that fog. But past the fog, I think there exists something I sincerely wish for. Note, we've already seen through that fog. We know that the only thing at the end of it is regret. Yeah, you're right. So now, I want to see past those regrets. Why? Why try to go that far? Just take my hand and live for people, together. Now, that's enough. But there's a contradiction. Even though I know it will only cause more suffering, even though I know I'll regret it, still, I want to know more about you. If there's something unclear, I want to find the answer. Because I'm a detective. Sergeant, are you any different? Why must you keep trying to move forward? Out of all the truths I've uncovered thus far, I can't point to a single good one. That's how it is now. But people change as they move forward. I knew nothing about this place and the people here. Yet I became a person who could stand at your side. I became a person that Detectives Tina and Brian could rely on. I don't think the cases we solved are the end of this story. I'm sure there will exist something beyond that. And I want to keep moving forward to find out what that is. Also, even if I lose you now, I'll be able to find you one day. I'm sure that there is a staffer case too. Yes and no. There's a spin-off coming out soon, but it's not, it's not directly related to Note and his stuff. It'll be something entirely different, and I'm not sure if they'll link it to Staffer Case. We still have 2 mini cases and a little extra case that I haven't bought yet on Steam, but there's a little extra case there. Then you knew. I just mean this guy somewhat heavily sequel baiting. I know it does sound like that, right? But that's why I'm thinking it'll be solved in the little extra cases and the spin-off. Not sure. It's because before, when we were talking on the sports, I knew you were hiding behind the fog, so I couldn't see your face. You used the dried flower, didn't you? I'm sorry. I wanted to meet you up here myself. But I already knew how things would turn out. After all, you never let me win. Sorry. No, I'm the only person who should be apologizing. I'm sorry I showed you nothing but lies to the very end. But I didn't want to get caught. The fog turned out to be too thin, and I burned through all the cigarettes I had. Seriously, it was a dumb precaution to take. When it comes to hiding feelings, no one's got more confidence than me. Oh no, she's really gonna jump, isn't she? Honestly, it's not even funny. Sergeant! We're not right for each other in the slightest. Oh my god! I know you wanted to hide your face. But what I'm seeing now is what I've been wandering around in search of. That's why I wanted to hide it even more. This is like the weirdest and angstiest love confession I've seen in a game. Like, weirdest in the sense that it's all so vague. It barely even makes sense. Like, you can tell exactly what they're saying, but it's written so vaguely that they could also be talking about something entirely different. So there's that. I think it's so dramatic that I can take it. I knew you'd come looking for me. If you say you'll come looking, I figure I'll want to let you find me. But I don't want to have to rely on anyone else again. If I try to rely on you, you might leave me too. So you have to run away from me. Because I'll always be one step quicker, and I'll catch up with you, Sergeant. The day will come when I catch you, and I hope you'll be there waiting. Right, you do that. It's always that way. You choose the paths I don't want to follow down. Always, always. Note. Open the sewer drain under your foot. This is the music box. Of course, you had it the whole time. Inside, I placed the truth I needed to hide the most. Whenever you're ready, you can open it. Oh, we can't open it? Yeah, we can open it. Let's see what's up. What do you think? Oh, it's recording now. Sounds handy. I can think of a number of uses depending on the situation. Yes, you're right. It took me a long time to figure out how it works, though. Indeed, certainly sounds like it would. The reaction feels a bit lackluster. Indeed it is. Apologies. Well, that's understandable. Sergeant Redfins, you've been a great help through the years. On one date, a lot of you did stop listening to me, though. It actually turned out to be quite helpful for me to get my messages across. Indeed. I'm sure life will get easier for you when you don't have me lurking around. There will be no one like me ordering you about, but you won't be able to do whatever you please like before. You never know. I miss the cheeky attitude of yours too. However, I do have one final request. Ask away. It's about Detective Case. You won't need him anymore. We succeeded as planned in getting him noticed by the cabinet secretary. Now it's time for them to trim their losses. But Notrick has become an integral part of our division. It's not a question of how useful he is to you lot. It's that I've got no more use for Detective Case. Thanks to him I got my promotion. Case is now only a threat. That was so curious he would give John Medden around for his money. If I left him where he was, he'd probably catch me by one or two of my tails. I'm finally able to breathe, so I can't let that ankle biter be sniffing me out. Speaking of which, do you have a good strategy moving forward? Strategy? What do you mean? I mean, are we gonna scare the lad off? That's one method. Or are you gonna take a more heavy-handed approach? Tomorrow, it'll be goodbye to the ground level for me. Not in my nature to be leaving behind possible threats. Though some methods may be a bit too extreme. Do you have to? Notrick has already attracted the attention of the cabinet secretary. Do we really have to go that far? If you lot can think of a good way, I'll just do it how I was planning tomorrow. What do you think? If your results are good enough, I might be able to return the favor. I can't think of one good way. As expected of Sergeant Redfins, the ace up my sleeve. If you tie all this up with a pretty ribbon, I'll get rid of the files I've got stashed away. But I'd need to do a test run. Would it be alright if I borrowed a few pieces of the staff we have? I really do think your mic cable might not be happy. Again? Ah, fuck. Did I not close everything? Is it glitching again? Oh, I made it. It's fixed now, but it's not doing it right now, but a minute or so ago it was. I think it's my PC heating again. It shouldn't be. I'm looking at the stats and it's all right. CPU usage is under 15%. GPU usage is around 35%. Should be fine. My stuff? I just need to... It seemed more like you were reading the mic or messing with the connection. I haven't touched anything this time, so that's weird. Alright, I mean, what's an hour? They're nothing but a nuisance to have around without being used. Well then, I'll be back at 8:30. Oh, and would you mind telling me your shoe size? I was thinking of getting you a farewell present. Oh, sensible to the very end. The ones I've gotten here, let's see, are 9.5. It's time to say goodbye, and I'm actually quite set to be going. Wow, so he really was a piece of shit until the end. Indeed, now it's truly farewell. Can't say I'm surprised, honestly. It's not consistent or anything, but it has happened a few times during the stream today. I'll listen to the VOD and see what it is, because I can't hear anything, so... I'm going to do something and you tell me if this is what you've been hearing, okay? Is that what you've been hearing? Yes! Oh yeah, that's my head. I'm sorry, that's my head hitting the pop filter. That's just me losing brain cells by hitting my pop filter. LOL. Yeah, that's why I just took the headphones off. I haven't been hearing anything, actually. That's why it's been happening less, except for the one time I bent down and picked something up. But yes, that's what it is. Sergeant, the reason you killed the chief, it was all because of me. Sergeant, why? Why would you hide this from me? If I had known, I could have. Still I had but ASMR. Hey everybody, welcome to my content. Today we're gonna be doing some trigger words like pumpkin pie. ASMR so heavy. My anyways, yes. Did you know that when I first started streaming, people actually wanted me to do ASMR because when I talk normally, my voice is so soft. Like when I'm there, Sila headbutt ASMR like a cat who wants attention. Hey, could you give me attention, please? Thank you very much. Let's see. Bye note. For now, I can go no further. So, if the day does come for you to catch me, on that day, reach your hand out to me. Just tell me she's not going to jump off. I get nervous. Why do you get nervous? What did I do? We found you! No, are you okay? Sarge, where'd she go? Detective Brian, Detective Fina, you were listening in. We were. Then the Sarge you met here, from the very beginning, she was talking through the sporks. The one up here was a replica made by the dried flower. Oh, hey, Crab! Thank you for the raid! How are you guys doing? Crabs! Yeah! Go, Crabs! I get nervous with ASMRs. Like, I do know some people who get very uncomfortable with ASMR. Let me do the shout out first. There we go. Oh, you're playing Overwatch. Oh, yeah, what was I saying? Some people get uncomfortable with ASMR, and I get it. You know, it took me a little bit of time to get used to, and then again, I only listen to certain types. Hi! Otra vez me ganaste. I'm very fast, and I'm only typing with one hand because my You guys know that my VTube studio, well, my beaver is acting weird, so I'm holding my phone with one hand, so it kind of looks straight. Because if I just drop it like there, it will look like this, and it's weird. So I'm holding it with my hand at an angle that kind of looks like I'm looking straight. Someone remind me to fix that after the stream and after I'm done with work. But yeah. Then it was all a pack of lies. Yes, everything I saw, everything I heard, everything I touched, it was all a fabrication. I have been experiencing the sensation of ASMR since I was a child. So I was shocked to learn what it actually was. Oh, the tingles? I got them with like random sounds. What would it be? What would be something specific that always gives me tingles? I'm not sure. For me, it's like sporadic. Sometimes things just really hit very hard at the moment. It's like, oh yeah, but then the same thing won't do the trick for me later. You can take that in any way you want. I first experienced it with Bob Ross, lol, when my mom would put his show on the TV. Yeah, Bob Ross did ASMR before ASMR was popular. I sometimes when I was dressed in school, I would see his videos, and I would just see him paint. And it was so relaxing. Like, I really did feel like everything would be alright no matter how messy my life was at the moment. I was like, he would be like, look at the happy little tree. It's okay if you make... Oh, sorry. I had butted my mic again. It's okay if you make a mistake. You're doing okay. And I'm like, thank you, Bob Ross. That feels so validating. I could never paint. I never tried following along to a Bob Ross tutorial, but I do like watching them. However, I think she left behind a little truth. You mean the conversation recorded on the music box? The fact that what the Sarge did was to save you? Right. Though she wanted to hide it from me, the sergeant I trusted was contained in here. You think so? This at the very least, I won't let go of no matter what happens. Note, you're... No matter what happens, never. Right, it certainly seems that way. Of course. Because you, more than anyone, are a detective. Is that it? Is that the whole thing? See, there's still so many questions. Like, why did the Bureau call him a David? What does that mean? What are the plans? Did they come to fruition? Is that why they were disbanding the division? What happened to Pandora? This Doc was right. This does seem like sequel baiting, but I don't see that there's a sequel. I see that there's another... Let me see. Staffercase. I know that there's like a little extra case that you can play for $5 or something like that. Let me check my wish list. It's in there somewhere. Unless I didn't put it in there. Maybe I didn't put it in there. I don't see it. Staffer Reborn. That's a no. That's not the thingy. Like, the Staffer thing is a series of games, but directly related to Staffercase. Case 1 and 2. Reborn. See, I don't think I... Another Dirk Gently situation. Oh crap, I forgot how... Staffer Reborn. No, I guess there's no extra case. Maybe I just imagined it. There's another game that's related, Staffer Reborn, which is like the same but in America instead of London, in the same time as the Staffer series. So maybe that's what Staffer Retro. Yeah, that's the one that's gonna happen, that releases in July this year. Yeah, but that's not... Oh, so Staffer Reborn is a spin-off of Staffercase, but the new one, the Staffer Retro, I don't think it's directly a spin-off. I think it's in the same world, but not directly related. Yeah, Staffer Retro. Where does it say it's... What does it say this about? Yeah, like if you see it's a whole new set of protagonists and everything, so... I don't know what... I don't see the rest of the series, just because... I mean, just because they sequel beta doesn't mean that they got one. That's true, that's true. I think the characters are different though. Yes, they are, they are. So... I will play the... if I'm starting something, I will play the rest of it. So, you know... anyways, I don't like getting stuck with cliffhangers. I really don't like cliffhangers. No, you can't really be disbanding our unit, can you? Wasn't the mood last night so nice at the end? Doesn't that all call for a cancellation of this disbanding business? Such things aren't decided by mood. You found the truth, but the culprit was the head of your division. Then your sergeant took flight and is now missing. If you think about it, things are worse now than ever before. You got me there. If we've come to an understanding, clear it quickly. From today, this office is to be the headquarters of the Bureau's football club. Well, that's a low blow too. Why a football club? This is so disgraceful. It's like saying we're less productive than a football team. Don't discount our football club like that. We're really giving it a roll out there. Is this guy a part of football club? That's so funny. You remember too? Rats, we're noting Brian up to at a time like this. Well, surprisingly, they might actually be doing something of importance. What are they doing? It must be his secret pastime. I guess everyone needs hobbies. Is this the right way? It seems to be getting darker. Don't worry, this is just a corridor few people use. That explanation has me more worried. Now, would you please tell me who we're going to meet? Who's this person who called for me? I can tell you, but first and foremost, the apologies are in order. Huh? Note, a certain topic of importance was brought up a number of times yesterday. Would you happen to remember that top secret project? Oh, finally! We're not getting stuck with the cliffhanger, I think! Okay, I'm gonna say this once, and I'm going to say this so quietly, because I'm scared, okay? If these guys dare to rage bait me, like to put a cliffhanger right at the end before the juicy tidbits, I will cry. Or I will shout until my lungs give out. I'll decide. But still, you know it's serious when I say it in such a soft voice like this one. Like, I'm preparing mentally. I'm mentally preparing myself for the fact that I might get rage baited, and it's okay. It's really not gonna be okay, but well. Of course, you must be part of that project, huh? Indeed. Actually, you do? Oh no! Doku, let me... how do I allow the message? It got deleted, but I assume you can see it. Yeah, I can see it. I've always been wondering why the clips have such weird names. Like, this clip is called Banana Respectful, Brainy Respectful Banana That's Chefy. What's up with that? But yeah, I know what it is. It's just me popping my pop filter. Really unfortunate though. It's just that there has been a lot of weight to your words these days. So when I saw that folder yesterday, I had a thought. Okay, we'll keep my finger on the volume. I'm sorry. It's probably because of the crazy amounts of clips taken across the platform. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, just figured you might want an example. Oh yeah, perfect. Yeah, I will. How did you simply have a thought in all that chaos? I mean, it's you, so I knew you'd figure it out on your own one day. 2 years ago, Meden, chief of operations back then, recommended me for the project. I guess keeping your word when someone asks a favor helps with keeping secrets. The purpose of the Tetrapod project is to completely eliminate all mana. If the project were to succeed, it would eliminate the need for the Bureau and its control over phenomena. There are quite a number of employees within the Bureau who wouldn't like that idea pleasing. Thus, the project is kept confidential even from those within the Bureau. But are you okay with this? According to the sergeant yesterday, the project treats criminals in a rather inhuman ways. Right. That's actually the reason why I participate in the project. With me directly involved with the project, I can participate in the experiments that may cross the lines. I see. And why are you telling me this all of a sudden? That's because you're not completely unrelated to the project. Cabinet Secretary. Are you the person who wanted to see me? That's right. I guess you weren't expecting me. What does he mean that I'm not completely unrelated? Caucasus Brian, explain. Pardon me? Oh, right. He was just going to have Detective Brian explain why make his appearance now. Note, the purpose of the Tetrapod project is to combine various skills, forming one singular powerful skill. We want to create one new skill with the power to wipe mana from this world. Acquiring the supply of staffers and staff to use as materials for the project is hard enough. But putting together all those skills and mapping out how they fit together is the hardest task. All it would take is a single misstep to cause a huge incident. That's why the cabinet secretary needed a special person to be in charge of creating the blueprints of what that skill may look like moving forward. Then, the chief of investigations heard a piece of noteworthy news. In order to get noticed by the cabinet secretary, the chief of investigations had been scouting out the right person for the mapping role. That's when he happened to find someone. Not a staffer, but a superhuman in his own right due to the powers of logic and deduction. That's you, no trick case. I had conditions. No. Were you not listening to my explanation? I heard you. You're saying that you need my help with the project. Tell me. Pardon me? These conditions of yours, tell me. I'm really not following the two of you. I have 3 conditions. The first is like Detective Brian said before. I want to be involved in handling the treatment of the staffers you use as project subjects. Alright, the only one with higher authority than you will be me. Next. Good, that was fast. I don't really want to work with the man, but we may be able to bounce some ideas off each other. The next is this. I was going to ask for a favor from Chief Medan for this one, but I guess this is better. For what exactly? It's about the Bureau regulations regarding the staffer with the direct threat level NOAA. Dog Touchstone. Dog's skill seems omnipotent at first glance, but his changes are limited to the creation of objects and entities. Oh, I'm choking. Based on that particular characteristic, I think it's possible to lower his threat to a controllable level. If you handle him how I've written out, he should be able to safely use his skill until he has it under control. If you're able to bring a NOAA under your control, he may be a huge help to the project, don't you think? So you're asking me not to kill him? Note, when did you do all of this? You're getting sloppy. Controlling the information he's exposed to and replanning his daily pattern. Those are methods already implemented. Even with all this, there's still a 0.1% chance of the NOAA becoming a threat, so it's safer to eliminate him. However, I am quite interested in this part about using him in conjunction with another skill to suppress a skill's use. That could help us acquire a large amount of data for the project. I'll delay the elimination of the NOAA by 10 days. You've got until then to write out a more detailed list of regulations for the subject. Okay! Quite splendid. As expected, though. Nope. Then it was worth staying up to all this to write that out, what the fuck? You all can pat yourselves on the back later. Our conversation isn't finished. What's your last condition? Oh, about that. No, the piano! Just let the piano stay! Why does an Office of Investigations have a piano in it anyway? Hurry up and get rid of it. If that thing's there, we'll have nowhere to practice our dribbling. Dude really just wants to have his soccer field. I'm crying. Why are you so serious about football? Note, what's going on in that head of yours? With my level of intelligence, I simply can't understand. In my opinion, I'm not quite sure either. Note! What are we going to do? They disbanded the division! About that. Just now, I had a talk with the cabinet secretary and advised him to cancel the dissolution of the Mana First Division. Really? You're not lying? However, he rejected the proposal since it was already decided upon. Then you were lying, huh? But in its place, the cabinet secretary created a new division of investigations directly under his supervision. We will all be transferring to the new Mana First Division in the investigations department. Transferring? I mean, it's just a formality. We'll basically be doing exactly what we were doing before. There's only one additional rule. We have to directly respond to the beck and call of the Tetrapod project. Tetrapod? I heard a bit about it from Brian yesterday, but are we really going to be... Oh, so you're now an official member of the Tetrapod project too, Detective Fina? You may be called down to the underground from time to time. What? I guess it can be helped. We'll all be working together though, right? That's right. All together. All of us, whatever that means now. Everything turned out as expected. Of course, this alternative is far more realistic than taking Case alone. Indeed, things are how they are. We'll be looking forward to working with you, Chief. What? No, you can't be serious. Why are you surprised? I assigned you the title of Chief of Investigations only yesterday. I thought all of that would go away because of everything that happened yesterday. As long as Case is the architect behind this project, we're going to need people watching him. You've got to stay on your toes and act swiftly. Indeed. Things happen fast around here. Oh, stop complaining. Damn it all. Hey, I get to call you Chief again! Or shall we use this as my chance to call you Bernie? I said I'd kill you if you called me that again. I'll be counting on you, Chief. And on a personal note, I prefer you over our last Chief. I'm losing it. So, who's going to be the new sergeant of the division? Oh, of course, that should be... Note! Huh, there really is no other choice. Huh? I mean, I've only got 2 months on the job, no? Still, you're the only one I can think of for the position. After all, you created this division. What of it? I don't think of this as too heavy a burden. We've only got the 3 of us. The 3 of us. Right. She's gone now. The title sergeant. It still holds such a different feeling for me. I had no intent of carrying on whatever she was doing. However, I told her I'd keep moving forward. I'll do it. I'll take on the role of sergeant. Go get him, Note! Because it's you, I'm sure you'll do great, Note. Alright, I'm still inexperienced, but I'll lead the investigations team from now on. I guess I've already been leading the investigations up to this point, no? I guess very little has actually changed then, huh? If that's so, let's get straight to work. From the look of it, you had quite a lot of work piled up. That's because we were detained the whole day yesterday. It's to be expected. Oh, speaking of which, there was a case I was supposed to solve by this morning. What? By this morning, you mean? 10 a.m.? We don't even have an hour left. Let's head out! To the parking lot, everyone! Hey, John. In the end, I'm here too. Why didn't you hold out? Just a little longer. If you were still alive, one thing's for certain. As things stand, I'd be like family too. Oh, that was so sad. That really was so sad. Oh man. So that was case 5. We reached the end of the main game. Let's hydrate. Of Staffer series. Of Staffercase, I mean. After checking out the floor plan for the 4th floor of the London branch of the Bureau, one might notice a room that looks out of place. When one heads in that direction, they might notice an iron gate that was on the floor plan. A damp breeze slips in through the door frame. My luck is good today. The fog covers the view. When the fog clears, the horrid view furrows my brow into a disappointed frown. I can see that the clock tower of my dreams was never there. But when their nondescript landscape is covered from sight, a multitude of people could be down there. So... okay, I'm gonna finish this and then I'm gonna give my final thoughts. On those days, most of what came through the thick puffs of cigarette smoke were lies. But even if it was just a tiny sliver, the truth I wished for remained. Just as it does so clearly, somewhere beyond the fog. Okay, so that's the end of Staffercase of the main episodes. I'll be going over the extra episodes next week. They shouldn't be too long, honestly. But I would be kind of just going to ignore that the project they just joined, the Tetrapod project, has been, you know, committing crimes against humanity for the past 2 years or even longer. Like, are we really just supposed to be okay with that? Like, okay, the protagonists are going to join now, so it's all gonna be okay and people will be treated humanely. But surely they can fix the system from the inside. Yeah, because it always works that well, doesn't it? Like, you can always fix things from the inside because you have all the power. I don't know. Like, this is... I'm gonna show you what we have left over here. New beginnings and preparations. I'm guessing these are going to be prequels more than little stories after the case is done. But we will find out next week when we come back for a Staffercase. And I'm going to rate someone because, yeah, I should rate someone. Let's see who's up right now. Is there anyone who I know over here right now? Oh, you can following. Is there anyone following right now? I don't see. I don't know. Is there anyone right now? Wow, so only one person that I follow is streaming right now. And they've been streaming for like 4 hours, so I'm not sure how long they'll go for, but let's do it. Let's raid Ikairi, who's playing Valorant right now. That should be pretty fun. And thank you for the stream. We'll be back tomorrow in Spanish with Omori, and we'll be back on Friday with... I forgot what game I put, but I will be back on Friday, you know? That's the important part. Anyways, I hope you have a lovely rest of your day. And you have a good night. I'll be hanging out in Discord for a while. Thanks for the stream. Take care. You too, guys. Have fun. Bye.